Everybody, welcome back to another video. In this video, we'll be creating this full stack Moonlamp e-commerce site. I ended up combining a front-end tutorial and a back-end tutorial and just made one huge video. In this video, we'll be using Next.js, Prisma and Railway for our database, Clerk for our authentication, Stripe to handle all of our payments. We'll also be using Zoostan to manage state across all of our components. And last but not least, we'll be using Tailwind for styling. So let's get started on this full stack project. All right, so I hope you guys are ready for this long project. Like I said in the beginning of the video, we're going to be doing the front end in this video, and we're going to do the back end next video. So yeah, head over to Next.js and copy this code, create app, next app, and head over to your project, paste it in. I'm going to add a dot after mine because I want it created in the folder that I'm currently in. So I'm gonna go ahead and start that. And for TypeScript, we are going to be using TypeScript. ESLint, no. Tailwind, of course. Source directory, no. App router, yes. Import alias, yes. And we're going to be using the @ symbol, so make sure you choose that one. So let that install, and we also going to install the rest of our packages while we're here as well. So we're going to be installing Zoostan, Stripe, Framer Motion, and I believe that's it for now. But once we hit the back end, we're going to be installing Clerk.js, Prisma, and all that other stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and do an npm I Zoostan, and we also going to do an npm I Framer -motion. Make sure I spell it right. All right, so install that one, and last but not least, we're going to do an npm I Stripe. I'm not sure we should do Stripe.js, but just do Stripe for now. I think we're going to need all of them. We need Stripe.js and Stripe as well. All right, so now that's that. We're going to get our project ready. So first thing we're going to do actually is head over to our app, and we can delete the favicon. I like cleaning up all my folders because it's going to be so many folders and so many files, so the cleaner we can get it, the better. The global CSS, we can remove all of this, and here make sure you keep the Tailwind base components and utilities. In the layout, we're going to come back to that one. The page, we can select all and delete, and you can do RAFE and do a little snippet. And if you guys don't know what that snippet is, that is an extension called ES7. I always forget it. I say it every single video, but I always forget it. That sucks. All right, so it's ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippet. So download this snippet and you'll have access to the snippet that I just used, RAFE or RAE or something like that. It's a bunch of them. So we got that one. I'm actually going to change this to home instead of page. So let's change this to home and just keep it like that for now. All right, so let's head over to our layout, and we're going to be doing some work in this. So first thing, let's go ahead and change our font because we don't want enter. We're going to change this to Poppins. And if you guys aren't familiar with Next.js fonts, so easy to add a font. Actually, I honestly think it's easier to add it the old natural way with just copy and paste in the code, but Next.js got built-in fonts that you can use, so just use this, the Next.js, and change that to Poppins. And then down here, we're going to change this to Poppins as well. All right, and you can delete this subset. We're going to be changing this. We're going to do, actually keep that subset. Let's go back. Keep that and put a comma. And we're going to do weight. And we're going to do 400, 500, and 700. All right, and we also gonna need the style as well. We're gonna use italic. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't even think I used italic, so we don't even need. Actually, let's just put it just in case. so we don't have to come back. Let's do normal, and then we're also going to do italic like that. All right, let that save, and we can make this look a little bit better, I guess. Hopefully it doesn't once I save it, it'll probably change back. Watch. Let's see. Oh, okay, save. All right, perfect. All right, so that's that. And metadata, we're actually going to change this. So this is basically this little tab that we're going to be seeing. See how it says Next.js by Versal. So we're going to change ours to Moonlamp, and this is for SEO purposes. So Moonlamp, and you just write something here, e-commerce website with moon lamps. I don't know, you probably want to be more descriptive than this, but all right, so e-commerce website with moon lamps. And down here for our font, so we did enter that class name. We want to change this to Poppins that class name. Oh, we gotta change this up here to Poppins lowercase, and then change this to Poppins like that. And let me zoom in a little bit. Hopefully you guys could see that. All right, cool. So that's everything for our layout for now. We're gonna be coming back to this once we start our nav bar and stuff. All right, so let's head over to our tailwind config, because we're gonna be doing some stuff in this as well. So extend background image, we want to keep this because we're going to be making like a little parallax effect for one of our components. So let's change this to parallax like that, and we can remove all of this inside of here. Let me think. Yeah, remove this like that, and we're gonna do single quotes. We're gonna do URL, and then inside of these parentheses, we're gonna do double quotes, and this is where we're gonna put our image, but we don't have the image yet, so let's just do // public, because it's gonna be in the public folder, and we're gonna do parallax.jpg. okay, and then so that's our background image. So after this, we're gonna have our colors, and I'm just gonna copy this over from here and just paste it in here. So this, we're gonna have our primary color, secondary color, dark, and primary BG. But I actually might change this. I don't know why I did primary BG. We're just gonna do this BG BG. Now that sounds alright. Let's do background like that. All right, cool. So we got our color, so make sure you set it up just like this: colors, and then primary, secondary, background, and dark. All right, so that's our tailwind config. We can close out of that, and now we're gonna head over to our next config, and we're gonna do a little bit of stuff in here. Let me open it up right quick if I can find it. All right, so here we're gonna add, we gotta put our images, because if you use images outside of Next.js, like, so if you were using Stripe, we gotta basically import it into this config. So inside of here, we're going to, why does it, are we using the app? Okay, got it. All right, so next config, we're gonna do images like that, and then in here we're gonna do domains, and in here this is where you add your domains. So we're gonna add files.stripe.com. so all the files from Stripe, we get to use the images from those. All right, so that's that, and we can close out a config. And I'm trying to think, is there anything else before we start our nav bar? Actually, let's go ahead and create a, so it's going to do it now. We're going to do a .env.local file. All right, so we're gonna do that, and let's go ahead and create all our folders as well. For now, we're gonna do a component folder inside of our app. So components, and we also gonna have inside of our components, we're gonna have another folder named UI, like that. All right, and so that's that. So yeah, I think we're ready to start. We want to have a bunch of folders, but that's just the start. And yeah, let's go ahead and get started, guys, on the nav bar. All right, so let's go ahead and start the nav bar. But before we do that, actually, make sure you guys go ahead and download all of our project images. The link will be in the description for this folder. So it's just all of our project images that we'll be using. So yeah, so inside of our component, let's go ahead, our component folder, let's go ahead and create our navbar component, navbar.tsx. All right, and go ahead and use the snippet that we got now, RAFE. If it works, sometimes it don't work for some reason, I don't know why. All right, there we go. Remove React from React. All right, so I'm trying to figure out where to start because there's so much code, because you know, the back end and everything, and then like I said, I'm trying to split this video into two, so bear with me. All right, so let's go ahead and do an npm run dev, get our project started. Probably should have did this first, actually, make sure we don't got any errors. Let's go to localhost 3000. All right, let that load up and get it back over to our nav bar. Oh, my computer goes so slow. All right, there we go. So we see page, nice, and that is our page our home page right there. So since we got our navbar component, actually, let's head over to our layout and go ahead and import it here. So import navbar components, and what we want to do is put it right on top of our children navbar, like that. Now we should see it. All right, navbar. Yep, right there. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and get started on this. So we're gonna import a few things. We forgot to we gotta install React icons. So let's head over to React icons and install this right quick. Install that, because we're gonna be using a bunch of icons in this project. Npm run dev. All right, cool. All right, so it's going to import everything we need for now. It's going to import use state. Yeah, use state. Let's import image from Next.js. We'll be using that. And we'll be using some icons as well. I'm just gonna copy this from over here. So we'll be using fi menu and md close from React icons. And you guys got to make sure you guys put the /fi and /md when using React icons. I remember when I first started, I tried to use React icons and I thought mine was broken. Because I just forgot to put the little slash there. So if you guys are using fi menu, you guys got to put react-icons/fi. So make sure you guys do that. And let's go and import our logo. So import logo from we're using the import alias, so you guys can do @ and then do slash and go down to our public. And then do another slash, and we should see Moonlamp logo. All right, so we got our logo, and we also gonna be using 2 more icons from React icons. So we're using BS cart 4 and BS fill bag heart. All right, so we got all our imports, but I'm actually gonna clean this up a little bit. I like, cause it's gonna be so many imports, so I like actually organizing my imports. So I'm gonna put a comment, and this is going to be my icons down here. Those are my imports, icons, and then up here is going to be my React and Next imports. All right, so it's going to be like use state, the image tag, and then here it's going to be my images. Okay. All right, cool. So we got our, and we also going to have another one. It's going to be Zustan imports once we do that, but we're not doing that right now. All right, so down here, let's go ahead and write some JSX. So do that, and we're gonna do a nav component. I mean, not a nav component, but a nav HTML element, and it's gonna have a class name of py3, which is padding top and bottom, and we're gonna do a div inside of this. And let me close out of this on my other monitor right quick so I can see everything. And this div is going to have a class name of width 89%, a margin of auto, a display of flex, justify between, and an item center, and a max width of 1400 pixels, like that. So we're not going to see anything. Actually, we are. We should see. Oh, we forgot to start our server again. Oh, we did. Let's go and refresh. So we should see navbar have like a oh, we don't have any content in there actually. So let that load up. All right, so inside of this div we're gonna have our, import our logo. So we're gonna do image. So we're using the image tag from from Next.js. So this takes a bunch of props. You guys can go to the docs if you guys want to see what it takes. But we're going to be using the source, obviously, and this is going to have logo. And we got to do the width. And the width is going to be 200. The height is going to be 200. And the alt is going to be Moonlamp logo. Or you could just do logo actually. All right, so that's our logo, and let's see if we can see it. Let's refresh, and we don't see it for some reason. Oh, there it goes. Nice. And I actually made this in Photoshop, by the way. I think it looks really cool. All right, so after our logo we're gonna have our UL. And this UL is going to have a class name of, how am I gonna do this? Actually, before we do that, let's set some state, because so we won't get confused. So on top of this, let's do a const open mobile menu, and then a set open mobile menu, and the default value on this is going to be use state and false. All right, so now for our UL we're going to have a class name, but instead of double quotes we're going to do brackets, because we're going to do backticks, and we're going to do an MD flex, item center, a gap of 8, a medium of static, position absolute for the default, and text gray 600. All right, so that's that. So still inside of our backticks we're going to do a $, and then another bracket like that, So this is where we're gonna use conditional rendering. So we're gonna do, so if it's open menu, so if our state, so if this is true, we want the class name to be top of 12, a py of 10, so that's padding top and bottom, a width of full, a bg of our background color, like that, left of 0, text center, a space y of 10. So this is something that I just learned recently. This is like giving space to all of, it's going to give space to all of our LIs, this line of code. So I think this basically gives space to all of the child elements, if I'm not mistaken. So that way you don't have to put margin top and bottom on each of the LIs. So I think that's what that does. Text white, and we're gonna do a drop shadow of LG, like that, and we also gonna give this a Z of 20. All right, cool. So we got our, so we got if mobile menu is true. So now we need an else. So if it's not true, we just want it to be hidden. That's all. Oh, not hidden. We want it to be hidden, like that. All right, so we shouldn't see anything because we don't have anything inside of our UL, but that is going to be our class name for the UL. So inside of our UL now we're going to have our li, and we get our first error. So we're using use state inside of this component, so we need to switch this to a client component. We got to do use client, like that, and that should get rid of that. So let's head back over to our code and do li, and we probably should use the Next.js link tag actually too. So let's go ahead and import that. Let's go import. Trying to think, should we? Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. So let's do the link tag, and so inside of this li, we're going to do a link, like that, and this takes href, I believe, and this is just going to be lead us back home for now. And let's fix this up a little bit. All right, so this one's just going to say shop, like that, and yeah, so that's it for that. Let's see if we see it. Refresh, and we're actually going to copy this 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3, and we're just going to change the name. So shop, we did more info, for frequently asked questions, and contact. A little bit different, you know, I never seen these type of links. Normally it's like about us, contact us, pricing and all that stuff. So I think it's a little bit different. So let's refresh right quick. So those are our links. So let's see if this if our class name works. So actually, okay, let's see. So let's go ahead and go down to medium. So it should disappear, as you can see, and that's because this medium, so Tailwind is mobile first. So as you can see, we got position absolute, so that's our default, so that's going to be on mobile. So on mobile is position absolute, but on medium screens and up it is position static. So that's giving us, so once it hit medium, it goes back to static and we can see it, and once it hit mobile, it goes to position absolute, but we can't see it now because we don't have, our open mobile menu is false. So let's actually switch this to true and let's see if we can see it. So we switched that to true, and now let's see if we can see it. Let's refresh. So now we can see it, you see? So now we need to make a button to toggle this from true to false, and that's going to be our icons there that we're gonna that we imported. So md close and fi menu. You can see, as you can see, it is still there. So let's go ahead and switch this to false, back to false. All right. So right after our UL, this is where we're gonna have, actually we're gonna have our cart and stuff. So let's go do a div, and this div is gonna have a class name of flex, a gap of 4, item center, a text of primary, I believe. Yeah, primary, and a margin left of auto, and for MD, for medium screens and up, we're gonna do a margin left of 0, like that. All right, so this is where we're gonna have our BS cart. So the BS cart 4, and we're also gonna have our BS fill bag heart as well. All right, so let's see if we can see that. Refresh. All right, and let's actually wrap these inside of divs, so that way we can give them on clicks. Actually, I don't think we got to do that. So I've seen somebody actually add an on click to React icons. I think we can add an on click onto this. So we're gonna try that actually. All right, so we got that. We do want to change the size actually. Let's change the size to 20. The size 20, and we just copy this over like that. All right, cool. So that's that for now. I do want to, I'm trying to think. I think we actually should add a div around these, because I do want to make this position absolute, position relative, because we're going to have a number on top of our cart showing that our cart length. So I do want to add a div around this. Let's do that. And same with our wish list as well. And so instead of text primary, let's do text secondary. Like that. See how that looks. Doesn't look too good right there. Let's refresh. And I just want to go look at my tailwind config right quick to see. Or maybe it's dark. Maybe we should change it to dark. I think that'll look better. Let's do that. So head back over to our nav bar and let's change this to text dark. Like that. All right, cool. All right, so after this div here, we're going to have another div, and this is going to hold our menu icons to show that it's on or off. But before we do that, actually, let's go ahead and create our function to toggle this state. So let's do a const, let's do mobile menu handler. It's going to be an arrow function, and the only thing we're going to do is set our open mobile menu to toggle open mobile menu. That's it. And then down here, so after this div, we're going to have another div, and this is going to have a class name of md hidden and a margin left of 4. All right, and we also going to give this our on click, and it's going to be our mobile menu handler function. All right, so in here we're going to render some more stuff conditionally. So make sure you do brackets, and we're going to do, so if it's not open mobile menu, so you can either do it either way around. So if it's not, so if open mobile menu is false, we're going to return fi menu like that, and we're going to change the size here in a second. And then else we're just going to show MD close. I probably confuse you guys with that. Let's actually change it. So if mobile menu is true, we want to show MD close. All right, so we're going to show the X, but if it's false, we're going to show our mobile menu. So it's going to be fi menu like that. All right, hopefully I didn't confuse you guys. And we are going to change the size. Let's do a size of 25 like that for each one. All right, cool. All right, so let's see if this works. Let's go ahead and refresh and go ahead and open, resize our page. So there we go, our menu shows, and let's click it, and as you can see, the X, that changed the size on that. All right, change the size, and the text is a little bit too white. It doesn't fit in. Let's actually change the text to text dark like that. Maybe that'll look a little bit better. Let's refresh. Did I do it right? There we go. All right, cool. I think that looks good. We probably should style this up a bit. Let's do a class name of text bold, maybe, or font. Let's do font medium. Let's just see how that looks. Oh, there it goes. All right, I think that looks better. Let's do that for all of them. I wonder if I put it on a parent element, will it work? For do a font medium for that and see if that works. Oh no, it worked. Nice. All right, so let's remove this one. Not that class name. Like that. All right, yeah, it looks way better. All right, nice. All right, so we got our menu, and we're gonna come back to this file because we do want to make it sticky to the top. Once we scroll and stuff like that. And also cancel scroll once we have the menu open as well. So we're gonna come back to this, but I say we go ahead and start our header now. Our hero section. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just trying to get everything in place, and then we'll go back and go over some things that we haven't done yet. So yeah, let's go ahead and start the hero section. All right, so inside of the component folder, let's go ahead and create a hero component. Hero.tsx, and use our little snippet. So this component should be pretty fast. So we're just going to import image from Next.js, and then import our hero image. We'll do hero image from we go on public slash. Wonder why it's not Moonlamp. Wonder why it's not auto completing. The Moonlamp hero .png. Alright, there we go. Alright, and let's head down to our page, and we're going to import it here on our home page. So do fragments, and then we're going to import hero like that. Alright, so inside of this hero, so we should see hero now instead of page. Refresh. Oh, we're getting, oh, okay, scared me for a second. All right, so we see hero. All right, so let's go ahead and write some JSX, and we're going to do a div, and this div is going to have a class name of BG background. and a py of 10, padding top and bottom. All right, and then we're gonna have our inner div. So this is gonna be a class name of width 89%, a margin of auto, and we're using grid. I've been using grid a lot lately. Grid, and for large screens and up, we have a grid cal 2, and by default it's going to be a grid first medium. For mobile, we have a grid cal 1. All right, and then item center, and a max width of 1400 pixels. I've been using this same trick for all my projects. It's so nice, making the width 89%, giving a margin of auto, and giving a max width. It just makes it perfect, and everything lines up in a page flow. Like, it just looks so much better. So max width 1400, and we also can give it a gap of 20. All right, so inside this div, we're gonna have an h1, and this is gonna have a class name of text 5xl, a font of bold, a text of dark. All right, and I'm just gonna copy this over from here. It's illuminate your world, discover Moonlamp magic. I went to ChatGPT and asked for a heading for a Moonlamp e-commerce site, and this is what it came up with. It's not bad. And for a p tag, a little paragraph, this is just gonna have a class name of margin top 5, and a text of primary, I believe. I'm trying to, because I didn't do this tailwind config thing for my project, so I gotta see to make sure. So 7, 7, 8. All right, so yeah, I think it's secondary actually. Head back over, and it's gonna be text secondary, like that. And in here, it's gonna be a little paragraph with every purchase, blah blah blah. Yeah, there we go. Remove that. I hate when that happens. All right, we'll copy that over, and let's see how that looks. Refresh. It's looking good, looking good. I don't know why it takes so long. Okay. All right, so cool. I think we were supposed to wrap this in a div. So yeah, let's wrap this in a div. The H1 and the P. So this will be our left side. Let's wrap that in the div. So right under this P, we're gonna have 2 buttons, and this is gonna be in the div itself as well. So we're gonna give this a class name of flex, a gap of 5, and a margin top of 8. And we're gonna have 2 buttons in here, so button and button, like that. All right, so the first button is gonna say more info, if I can spell it right. More info. And the second button is gonna say buy now. All right, see how that looks. Give this a quick refresh. All right, cool. The buttons aren't even showing. It's like showing like the last. There we go. Whew, I need to upgrade computers, man. Sheesh. All right, so this is going to have the first one's gonna have a class name BG primary, PY of 2, a PX of 5, a rounded XL, and a text of white, like that. All right, so we can just copy this class name and paste it onto the second button, and just change it from BG primary to BG secondary, like that. And let's refresh. All right, there we go. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and do our image now. Right after this div here, so 2 divs down. All right, we're gonna do a div, and this is gonna have a class name of flex on large screens and up. We're gonna do a justify end, and for mobile it's gonna be justify center, and then item center, like that. And then in here we're just gonna add our image. So it's gonna be source, what did I name it? Hero image, I believe. Hero image, and the width is going to be 600. The height is going to be 600, and the alt is just gonna say hero. And I'm gonna do loading. I just learned about this, loading lazy. Not sure. I know what it does, but I don't know if it's going to work the way that I want it to work. I added it on my project, but I think I was supposed to remove it. Let's see. Let's refresh. All right, there we go. And I also made this image in Photoshop as well. Photoshop skills on point, bruh. All right, so we can actually take off loading lazy, because like I said, I'm still learning about the props that come with the image tag. There's another one called placeholder, and you can do like blur or something like that. And watch this. So when you refresh, you're gonna see like a blur. Let's see. So as you can see, it's weird. It's not. It's just showing the blur of the entire div, I believe. Oh, what the hell? It doesn't even go away. Okay. Let's remove that. I think once you add loading lazy, though, I think that's when it goes away. Let's see. Oh, it went away before I even added that. So let's just remove those. But like I said, you guys can go to the docs and check out the props with this image component, the built-in image component. But yeah, that's it for the hero section. Let's go ahead and, so instead of doing the info section now, we're actually going to start the parallax section. So I'm skipping over the info section because I have to do a little bit of work on it. And so yeah, we're actually going to do the parallax section. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so instead of the parallax, decided we are just going to go ahead and do the feature section. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So inside of the components, we're going to create features.tsx. All right, do a snippet, move that, and let's go ahead and import it inside of our home page. Features. Why is it not auto completing? Okay, come on, computer, man. Features. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. Let's remove that. All right, cool. Features. All right, so let's go ahead and do this now. Let me open it up there. All right, so we're gonna do some imports. First thing, we're gonna do imports. We're gonna do image from Next.js. We use this a lot. We're gonna import Moonlamp, our transparent Moonlamp. Gonna be from at public slash transparent Moonlamp right there. And then we also going to import a React icon we're gonna import more React icons, but like I said, this section I didn't fill it with content yet, so we're just gonna basically just duplicate this battery icon a few times. But I think in the end we'll go back and do that. So in the return, we have a section, and we get an error for some reason. Let's see. Where is this error coming from? Let's see. App components, features. Oh, computer's just going slow. Wasn't an error. Oh my god. Alright, class name, py 5. Padding top and bottom for the section. And then we also got to do our little inner container. So same thing, class name width 89%. A margin of auto, a max width of 1400 pixels, and we're also using grid for medium screens and up. We're going to do grid col 3, and for mobile it's going to be grid col 1. All right, and then item center and justify item center, and we also want to give it a gap of 5. All right, let's go ahead. So inside of this div, we're going to have a classless div like that. And I'm trying to see how I did this. So I guess we'll do one side and then we'll do the other side as well. So that's what we'll do. So inside of this div, we're gonna have a UL, and this UL is just gonna have a class name of space y10. There we go, space y10, and it's gonna have a li like that. And inside of this li, we're gonna have a div with a class name of flex, a gap of 2, item center, a text of XL, a font of bold, and a text of dark, like that. All right, so we shouldn't see anything. We don't have any content in there yet. We just got a bunch of divs and LIs. All right, so inside of this div, we're going to have a H3, and this is just going to say battery life, like that. And then underneath this H3, we're going to have another div. And inside of this div, we're going to have our BS battery charging icon, like that. All right, cool. So right underneath this battery charging icon, let's refresh and see if we can see everything first. So right after that, we're gonna have a p tag, and let me just go ahead and copy this lorem. All right, cool. Item center, make sure you spell items right. Wait, what the hell? All right, there we go. All right, item center, and so 2 divs down, actually 1 div down. So right underneath this, now 2 divs down. So right underneath this one, we're gonna have a p tag, and in here it's gonna have some lorem, like that. All right, so I'm trying to think, should we just copy this? So yeah, let's copy this. So we're gonna copy this 3 times, this li. So this li, so we got it, and copy it 1, 2 more times. All right, copy that, and right after. So we got ours, so that's that. So that's our battery life. So right after this div here, this classless div, so scroll down. We're gonna have our image. It's gonna have a div. And this is going to have a class name of flex, justify center, and an item center. And we're going to put our image here. Image source going to be Moonlamp. And the width is going to be 500. And the height is going to be 500 as well. And the alt is just going to be Moonlamp, like that. Alright. So we should see a transparent Moonlamp here. I think it's actually going to be on this side. Oh no, it's grid call 3, so it should be here in the center. Alright, there we go. Alright, so to make this easier, we're just going to copy this classless div here. Copy this, the first one, so all of that, copy it, and we're going to paste it right underneath our image div. We're going to paste it right there. All right, and I think we actually got to change a few things. Actually, I think it's just one thing. We just got to, instead of space Y10, we're gonna add just text right like that. All right, so we got that. I believe we gotta add something to these H3s as well. So I believe we just gotta add justify in to these class names, and that should just take care of that. So let's copy that. I'm gonna paste it to that one and paste it to the third one as well. All right, so let's take a look at this. So it looks good there, looks good there, looks good there, and yep, looks perfect. And like I said before, we're just gonna come back and fill this up with content maybe at the end of the project, but or you guys can change it yourself. You just basically just got to change the H3 and change the icon as well. So just find some features on it. I think that we'll probably do that at the end. So now it's time for our parallax effect, our parallax component. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so let's go ahead and do the parallax component. Let's go ahead and create that. I didn't restart my computer. I figured we'll knock out this component and then I might restart it. So component, I'm gonna make parallax. I did just order my food though. Order some Chipotle. Chipotle is probably one of my favorite places to eat, I'm not gonna lie. I remember when I first ate Chipotle, I tried it when I was back in North Carolina. I want to say maybe 2017. I tried it for the first time. I fell in love with it and I ended up eating it, I want to say 7 days in a row because it was so good. So yeah, create the parallax component and head over to the page. Parallax. All right, cool. So before we do this, make sure you guys went to the Tailwind config and did this little background image thing here because we're gonna need it. Without this, it won't work. I made a quick video on how to do this. So this component is gonna be really fast. Let me go and open it up in my other monitor. I kind of forgot. Got so many projects, man. I'm currently working on a vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript like landing page for the beginners. I'm still a beginner myself, but yeah. So components, and where are you at? Parallax. Oh, I named it banner actually. Oh, we could just name ours parallax. All right, so we gotta do some imports. We're gonna do import. Actually, we don't got any imports. Wow. All right, cool. Do that. Close out of that. All right, cool. So we'll do parentheses, and we're gonna do a div. And this is going to have a class name of flex, item center, a justified center, height of 96, a BG of fixed, a BG of parallax, that was the parallax class that we added in tailwind config, a BG of cover, and also a flex call like that. All right, cool. And our h1, we have h1 in here, and this is going to have a class name, of text 4XL, a font of bold, a text of white uppercase as well, a text of center, and also a drop shadow of 2XL like that. All right, so let's see if we can see this. Going to refresh. You know, this might take a second. All right, so yeah, we see it. Nice. So we don't have any content at the bottom of this right now. I mean, we could add some right quick, but I mean, we don't really need to. I know this worked. I tried it out. So yeah, as you can see, the parallax is right there. So we want to add some, like a little input in here. So we're going to have a div, and this is going to have a class name of BG white, a PY of 2, a PX of 4, flex, item center, a justify between, a border, and we're gonna do a border gray 200, and we're gonna do a rounded of 10 pixels, 10 px, and let me just spread this out a little bit more. 10 pixels. We're gonna do a margin bottom of 49 pixels like that, and we also give it a margin top of 10 like that. All right, that's that div. So inside this div, we're gonna have an input, and the type is going to be text. Yeah, type's going to be text. Actually, no, type's going to be email like that. And input, and this is going to have a class name of outline none. We don't want it to have outline. A margin left of 5, a width of 200 pixels. For medium screens and up is going to have a width of 400 pixels. And we also going to have a placeholder as well of, I guess, enter your email. Enter your email ... like that. All right, cool. So let's see how this looks. So this space over here is where the button's gonna go. We got our div, placeholder. So right underneath this input, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna hold our button, our subscribe button. I wanted to say subscribe, and this button is going to have a class name of flex, item center. I don't think we need the flex and item center, so I did have an icon on this. That's why I made it flex, but I don't think we need it. A PY of 10 pixels, a PX of 26 pixels, a rounded of 80 pixels, a font semi bold, text, text of medium. Wait, oh no, we don't need that. We already got the text semi bold. So we want to do for medium screens and up, actually. MD. So medium screens and up, we're gonna do a text of large. So text LG. And then we're gonna do a text white. And for the background in this is gonna be our primary color. So PG primary. All right. And we also gonna do a white space, no wrap, because we don't want it wrapping whenever we change screen size. And we also gonna do, I think that's really it. Let's see where that gets us. All right, cool. So I think I know where I had flex. So we're gonna just do a flex 1. And we're also gonna do a W of fit like that. And what that's gonna do is make it look way better. I mean, I guess it can stay like that for now. Alright, so subscribe. And I believe that's really it for this for now. Actually, we can't even see the H1. Oh, we didn't write anything inside the H1. That's why. Subscribe to our newsletter. That's gonna be what it is. I was wondering why I was looking so plain. So yeah, that's it for this section. Let's go ahead and work on our product section. Create our product images and stuff like that, and then we'll do the cart after that. So yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and create a product component. Product.tsx and do refe. All right, so let's see, product. All right, so with this one, right as for now, we're just gonna we're not gonna use Stripe for now, and because we haven't set up our cart state or anything yet. So we're just gonna go ahead and just build this out right quick. Just going to do use client and a few imports. We're gonna go ahead and import use state. And we're gonna import 2 icons from React Icons. It's gonna be AI fill star and AI outline heart from React Icons /AI. And we can also import motion from Framer motion. Motion from Framer motion, because we'll be adding some Framer motion to this section. All right, and we also going to import all of our images, also the image tag from Next.js, the image component. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this over and paste it in here like that. So you want to import image 1 from product image 1, image 2 from product image 2, and 3 or 4, and also import the Next.js image component as well. I want to put this up here. All right, cool. So we got all our imports. Let's go ahead and set some state. We're gonna do const current image and set current image. And the default value of this is going to be use state 0. And we're also going to make an array with our product images. We're going to do a const product images, and it's going to be an array, just image 1, image 2, image 3, and image 4. Like that. And for Framer motion, actually we'll have Framer motion at last. Let's go ahead and write some JSX. We're gonna do a section, and with a class name of py20. And we also want to do our inner container that we always do. Class name with 89%. Margin of auto. A max width of 1400 pixels. Grid. I'm gonna do a grid cow 2. Grid cow 1 for default for mobile. And then for medium screens and up, we're gonna do a grid cow 2. Grid cow 2. And we also gonna do an item center and a gap of 5. Alright. So I'm gonna split this up from left side and right side. So let's see, now we should be able to get past. Oh, we gotta put it inside of our page. It's gonna do that. Let's do products like that. And come on, don't let me down. It should be moving a little bit faster. There we go. Alright, so product. Alright, so in this div, we're gonna have. Alright, I'm gonna split this up. So I'm gonna do left side. I'm gonna put a comment so we can know. Alright, so we're gonna do left side. Alright, so this is gonna be the left side of our product. So this is gonna be our like image gallery. It's gonna do a div. And it's gonna have a class name of flex, gap of 4, and the items of center. And in this div, I have another div, and this is going to have a class name of flex col, and a gap of 4. All right. So in this flex column, we're going to map through our product images array. So we're going to do product images dot map, and we're gonna take an image and index, do our little arrow function there. And instead of, it's like a muscle memory, I always do brackets, but we're returning JSX, so we got to do parentheses like that. And this is when we're going to return our Next.js image component, and we're going to put all our props in here. It's going to be a bunch of props. So we're going to do a key. Our key is going to be our index, because whenever you're mapping with React, you got to make sure you add this key tag. It won't give you an error. You can still I mean, it'll give you an error in the console, but it won't like give you an error on the screen. So it's not that, well, it kind of is a big deal, to be honest. So key, we're gonna do a source. Our source is gonna be image, and our width is going to be 100, and we're gonna have an on click, and this on click is just going to set our current image to our index like that. All right, and then our height is going to be 100, and our alt is just going to be product, just Moonlamp. I'll always struggle coming up with alt tags. And then our class name is just going to be rounded MD and cursor pointer like that. All right, so let's see if we can see these. Nice, perfect. So that's exactly what we want. All right, so right after this closing div there, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna be our current image. So whenever we click these, it's gonna update our current image. So this is going to have a class name of flex and item center, and in here we're gonna have a div with just a classes div and image, a Next.js image component, and this is going to take a bunch of stuff as well. So our source is going to be product images, current image, like that, because we're setting the index up here whenever we click. So set current image to index. So we're current image is just going to be the index of this array. So if it's 0, it's going to be the first image. If it's 1, it's going to be image 2, and then 3, and then 4. Oh, 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2. So it's just 3. Oh, it's just confusing sometimes. All right, we're gonna do a width of 480 and a height of 480, and then alt is just going to be main image, and class name is going to do a rounded of MD, like that. All right, so there we go. And once we click these, it should update our main image. And as you can see, we're gonna add some framer motion, because whenever we click on it, it just jumps right to it. Kind of want like a nice little animation whenever we click on these. So to do that, we're gonna go up here, and underneath our product image array, we're going to do a const image variant. And you can, if we was using a lot of animations on this project, it'll be better to split up all the animations into its own file. But since we're only using a little bit of animations, you can just put it inside the same file. But so we're gonna do an exit, and this is going to have opacity of 0. So once it exits, an opacity of 0, and a Y of 20. Make sure you add a comma. And you're also going to scale 0.98, comma, and then we're going to add a transition, and in here we're going to add a duration of 0.4, like that. All right, so that's our exit. Now we want to add our enter. And what we can do is just copy this basically and just switch up some of the values. Opacity is going to be 1, obviously. Y is going to be 0. Scale is going to be 1. And our transition is going to stay the same. And to add this animation with framer motion, you have to switch the div to motion div. So we're going to switch this one here. So we're going to do motion dot div, and we also need to add some stuff in here. So the initial is going to be exit, and then our animate is going to be enter, and then our exit is going to be exit. And then our variants, so our animations is going to come from that image variant function that we just made, or object that we just made. And then our key is just going to be current image, like that. So with that, we should have animation. There we go. As you can see, it kind of scales up a bit. I think that looks really nice. And you can play around with it. And framer motion got really good documentation, I'm not gonna lie. If you guys want to check them out, I like how you can literally look at the animations and copy some of the code, to be honest, like this one. You can also toggle with it a little bit and copy this code. So if you wanted to animate like that, it's pretty cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, I highly recommend framer motion. Really like them. So that's that. And now we need to do the right side. So 2 divs down. So this one, and we're going to label this right side, like that. All right, so we're going to do a div, and this is going to have a class name of text center. In here, we're going to have an H2 with the class name of text4XL. And a font bold, and a margin bottom of 5. And here is going to be, I was about to put name, but this is going to be our name. But for now, we could just do a wireless Moonlamp, like that. All right, so there we go. We see it. Under our H2, we're gonna have a div, and this is gonna have our stars, our ratings. So we're gonna have a class name of flex, a gap of 1, a text of yellow 400, a justify of center, item center, and a margin bottom of 5. All right, and let's go ahead and copy that AI fill star component 5 times, like that. And let's copy this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Wonder why I was about to say, why is not yellow? All right, so then after the last one, we're gonna have a span, and it's just gonna say in parentheses 5.0 like that. Nice. All right, so after this div, we're gonna have another div, and it's just gonna have a class name of margin bottom 5, and it's just gonna take 2 spans. So it's gonna have a span that says 29, put a $sign, 29.99, like that, with a class name of text 2XL, a margin right of 3, and a font of bold, like that. All right, so that's our price. And let's just copy this and paste it again for our next span. And this one is going to be 49.99, but the class name is going to be a little bit different. So we can just remove all of this. We're going to do a text gray of 400 and line through, like that. Looks like it was, you know, the price before is on sale. Probably should add like a little sale tag on this. Might do that, but not right now. All right, so that's a div. So after this div, we're gonna have a p tag, and it's gonna be our description, class name of margin bottom 5, and I'm just gonna copy this lorem that I got here. All right. And then after this is going to be our add to cart buttons. So I'm not going to add these right now because we're actually going to create add to cart buttons in a separate folder in our UI folder. So they're going to be separate components. So I'm not going to add these right now. We're about to start setting up Zustan, our store, our cart store. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so in our root folder, we're going to create a folder called store. All right, if I can spell it right. Store. And we're going to create 2 files. So it's going to do use cart store .tsx. And we're also going to create one use wishlist store. .tsx. All right, so there will be a few TypeScript errors throughout the project. We're going to, after maybe at the end of this video, we'll just go through and fix all the TypeScript errors. So all right, so inside of our cart store, we're going to do import create, and this is going to be from Zustan, and then we're going to do an import persist, and this is going to be from Zustan / middleware. All right, so we're going to do a type cart state, In here we're gonna do is open. So this is we kind of fixing some of the TypeScript stuff now. So we're gonna do type. So is open is going to be a boolean. Our cart is going to be an array, and then our add to cart function is going to take an item and return void. Don't get too I don't know the word to use, but don't get intimidated by this. This is just TypeScript. You probably didn't need to add this TypeScript to your project if you didn't want to. Toggle cart, and this is going to return void. And then last but not least, remove product. We're going to take in an item and return void, like that. All right, like I said, it's going to be TypeScript errors. We're going to fix all of them later. All right, so let's start our store. So we're going to do export const use cart store, and we're going to do create. And for TypeScript, we're going to do cart state like that, parentheses, and then another parentheses, and this is where we're gonna put our state actually. So parentheses, and then we're gonna do persist like that, and then in here is where we're gonna put our set our state. So we're gonna do a set like that. All right, so now we got to set the initial values of our state. So our cart is just going to be an empty array as the initial value. We'll do a comma, and then our is open. So this is going to toggle our cart. The initial value is going to be false, like that. All right, cool. So still inside this persist. Make some room. Let me just add a comment there. We're just gonna do set initial state like that, and then down here, this is where we're going to be setting our state. Setting state. No, that don't make sense. Set initial state and a setting state, but basically this is where the state is going to change. So maybe I should put change in state. Like that. All right, so toggle cart, our toggle cart function is going to be a function, of course, and we're just going to set our state. It's going to return, make sure you put brackets, is open state dot is open, like that. All right, so as you can see, is we're getting a bunch of errors on each line. To get rid of that, I think we just got to name our store. So 2 parentheses up, so right here underneath there, we're gonna add a name. Let's do name, and we could just name it cart store, like that. All right, so that didn't get rid of the errors, and I think it's because we need I think we got to take in all of this stuff up here, if I'm not mistaken. So it's looking for all of this. So let's test this out. So let's remove this. I just want to see something right quick. Is open. No, let's just keep it. All right, so let's go ahead and do our add to cart function, and this one here is really complex. I'm just going to go ahead and type it all out, but before I do, I just wanted to explain it a little bit. So basically what this does is it's going to check and see if the item is already in our cart, and if it is, instead of it adding over and over again to the cart, it's going to increment it. So it's going to add +1 to it, And same with the remove function. Remove product is basically the same thing. It's going to check and see if it's in a cart. If it is, instead of it removing completely, it's just going to decrement it. So and we're also going to have decrement and increment buttons inside of our UI. So give the user the ability to increment it from the cart. So let's go ahead and add to cart. I'll add to cart. And this is going to take in item. Hopefully I don't mess up any of this code. It's a bunch of code, man. And we're gonna set 2 parentheses. We're gonna set our state. And this is when we're gonna return a bunch of stuff. So we're gonna do a const. Is this existing item? And it's going to equal state dot cart dot find cart item. It's gonna return cart item dot ID, and then so if it triple equals the item ID, like that. All right, so this is basically checking. I mean, look at the name, existing item. All right, so that's our const. That's our existing item. So now we're gonna do our if. So if existing item, I'm gonna do a const updated cart, and it's gonna equal state dot cart dot map. I'm taking that cart item. All right. I don't know why it's red right now. I think it's so weird. All right. So cart item, and in here we're gonna return. So if it's cart item, we're gonna return an if statement. Gonna do if cart item dot ID triple equals our item ID. We're gonna return, I'm gonna do a spread operator. So dot cart item, comma, quantity. I always spelled quantity wrong. Quantity. Cart item dot quantity +1, like that. All right, so basically what I said, we're checking to see if the item exists already in the cart, and if it does, we're just going to increment it but +1. All right, and then after this we're going to return our cart item. Okay, and so after this one, now we're going to return our updated cart. So we're going to cart updated cart, like that. And now we need our else. So else, we're going to return our cart spread operator, our state dot cart, and then comma, spread operator again, item, and then quantity 1, like that. So what this does is basically if it I think I did something wrong there. Hold on. So this is supposed to be all in one. Yeah, like that. Alright, so basically what it does is check and see if the item's already in a cart. If it is, it increments by 1, and it returns our updated cart. But if the item's not in a cart, it just makes the quantity 1. It's like that simple, but it looks so complex. It's crazy. But yeah, so that's that. And I'm actually just gonna copy the remove product one, because it's kind of similar. Just a few differences, but I'm just going to copy this over right quick. Make sure you add a comma right here, and then I'll paste that in there. Oh, it went away. Nice. All right, so this is the remove product one. Same thing. We got our const existing item. I believe it's a little bit different actually. And then here we're checking to see if it's an existing item, and we're checking our existing item quantity is over 1. So basically this is, if it's over 1, that's when this is gonna fire update a cart. But if it's less than 1, the item is just going to disappear from the cart. And that's what we got here, our filter cart. So you guys gonna see this in action here in a few, once we fix up our cart component and add our decrement and increment buttons, because we add this state to our decrement and increment buttons, our add to cart and our remove cart as well. All right, so we need a comma down here. That's why this is erroring out down there, I think. Okay, now we're getting a bunch of error as well. All right, I noticed I was zoomed out a bit. Just want to show you guys the remove product, the one that I copied and pasted over from my GitHub. So just so you guys can get it right, and just going to scroll down, make sure you guys pause the video and just copy this set function here. All right, so, and I figured that we are not going to do the cart now. It's probably best to add our product to Stripe and stuff like that and start fetching our product. So head over to Stripe, make an account, and once you make an account, I believe you just gotta click on like new account, putting your company name, blah blah, and then get to this page where it shows your publishable key and secret key. And once you get these two keys, you want to go to your .env local file and just paste them in there. Make sure you keep these keys hidden. I'm going to change mine, so for all the hackers out there, good luck. But yeah, and plus it's just dummy account anyway, so I don't think they can really do much. But so yeah, paste it inside of your .env.local, and you can just go ahead and close this. We'll be using this once we add Prisma and clerk and all that in the next video. So this is our cart. We can close out of this for now. Wishlist store is kind of going to be the same thing as the cart, but we'll work on that a little bit later. Just trying to close out everything. All right, so on Stripe, you want to head over to more. Yours might look a little bit different. For some reason, my premium cap e-commerce site UI looks a little bit different than my Moonlamp one. See, this one looks different. See, and see, it shows the payments, the products. But when I head over to Moonlamp, it shows like a different UI. I don't know why. So you just want to head over to products or product catalog. That's what I gotta go to. And this is where we're gonna add our product. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this one and just re-add it. So click on add product, and for the image, you can use that transparent image that we got in our public. Where is it? Downloads and transparent, like that. All right, we're not going to use this image anyway. We're going to use our own images. For the name, we're going to name it wireless Moonlamp, like that. And for the description, you got to put anything in there either. So we're using our own description. Just put NA, I guess. Standard pricing, one time. Make sure you click on one time, and the payment is going to be $29.99. And then you just click on save product. All right, so we got our product there. So we can actually close out of Stripe for now. So now we're gonna head over to our root folder, and we're gonna make a fetch product util function. So let's make a folder named utils, and we're actually gonna have a few of these files in here. We're gonna have, let me check. We're gonna have a fetch Stripe products, we're gonna have a format price, and we're also gonna have a total price as well. So let's go ahead and do the fetch product one first. And create a file called fetch Stripe products .ts. That's what I named it, yeah. Alright, so this is going to fetch all our products. So we're going to import Stripe from Stripe. And we're going to do an export const get products. And this is going to be an async function. And we're going to do a const new. Oh, actually, we're going to do const Stripe. And this is going to be new Stripe. And this is going to take in our process env stripe underscore secret key. And for TypeScript, we're going to do as string like that. And then just also take another value. You got to do this like API version thing. And this is all inside of the docs, and this should autocomplete. There we go. All right. So after that, we're gonna do a const products, and this is going to await Stripe dot products, and it should autocomplete once you got TypeScript. And a product list like that. Actually, I think it autocompletes without TypeScript too. All right, so const product this, and make sure this is a, there we go. All right, so now we're gonna do a const product we can just do const all products like that, and we're just going to do await promise dot all. And in here, I'm going to do products data map async, take in our product, and we're going to return some stuff. So we're going to return prices. So when you're fetching products from Stripe, there's like a certain way you have, this is what you got to do to get the prices. So we're gonna do await Stripe prices list, and then we're gonna do product, and then product ID. All this is autocomplete, getting autocomplete. That's good. If you know if it autocompletes, that means it's working, in my opinion. I mean, that's how I look at things. That means everything is working perfectly. So we're gonna do a const features. Actually, we don't even need this. We don't need this features thing. Now we're just gonna return a bunch of what we want to grab from Stripe. So we're gonna return our ID because we want our ID. We're gonna return our ID, and that's going to be product.id, comma, and we also want our name, and this is going to be product.name, and then we also want our unit amount, unit underscore amount. And like I said, this is, you can't just do product.prices. You got to do prices.data with the index of 0 dot unit amount, like that. That's how you get the price. And then comma. And then we're gonna grab our image, even though we really don't need this stuff. This is a one product website, but I'm just doing this to show you guys. If you guys ever want to create your own e-commerce site with Stripe and Next.js, I'm gonna do product image, product.images, and it's gonna be the first index beware though, Stripe, you only can add one image to your product. It's so stupid. There is a way to add multiple products, but it's really complicated. You gotta like, it's really complicated. Currency, undo prices, data, index of 0, currency, like that. Oh, I put currency L. All right, and we also going to add our description as well, even though like I said, we're not going to use any of this. Description, but just in case. Product, actually we're going to use a description. I'm going to switch it to use it to product description, like that. All right, cool. And then last but not least, right before this indent bracket there, we're just going to return all our products, like that. That's it. So now we got our fetch product function, and now let's actually create the rest of our utils that we're going to be using. So let's go ahead and create our format price, and we're also going to create our total price. So it's going to basically add everything up in our cart using JavaScript. So yeah, let's do that. All right, so under utils, we're going to create another file, and this is going to be called format price.ts. And this file isn't too big. We're just gonna do a const format price, and it's gonna take in an amount, which is gonna be a number, and it's gonna return a new ntl dot number format, double quotes, en us, and then do a comma, and then we're going to do a style. Our style is going to be currency, and then comma, and then our currency is going to be USD, and then comma, and then here right after this we're going to do a dot format, and we're going to do amount space divided by 100, and now we're just going to export this. Export default format price, export, like that. All right, so we got our format price, and now let's do our total price. Utils, so total price .ts. All right, and I'm just going to copy this and paste this one in there. It's like 4 lines. It's not that much. Like I said, we're going to fix the TypeScript errors later, because we're going to have a types folder with all our TypeScript stuff in there. So yeah, total price, and it's just using that reduce function, reduce method that I'm still learning. That thing is really really confusing, I'm not gonna lie, but this is how you this is how we're gonna add all of our items in our cart, even though we only got one item, but this is how you do it. All right, so we got our utils, that's completed, and now let's go ahead and do our cart component. So let's go ahead and make that. So cart.tsx, and let's get started on this. RAFE. All right, so let's go ahead and import all of the stuff we're going to be using. So when you're using Zustan, this is how you import the store. You just do import use cart store, because that's what we named our store, use cart store. and it's going to be from store / use cart store. And then we're going to use the image tag from Next.js. So image Next.js or next-image. And we also going to use our format price. So do format price from utils. And our total price. So import total price from our utils folder. And we got 2 more imports, but we haven't made them yet. But actually, let's just go ahead and make them now. So inside of our UI folder, actually let's make all 3. We're going to make an add to cart button, a decrement button, a increment button, and also an add to wishlist button. So let's go ahead and create all those now. So inside of the UI, create a file. It's going to be add to cart button .tsx, and we're going to create another button. We're going to add to wishlist, button tsx, and also a decrement button, decrement.tsx, and also a increment.tsx. I probably should change these actually. Let's change them to decrement button, just so we can know what it is. Even though, I mean, it's our project, we'll know what it is, but I think it's good to at least name it button. So increment button, decrement button, add to wishlist button, add to cart button. All of these are inside of our UI folder, inside of our components folder. So make sure you guys do that. And we forgot to we just need it for these two. So for the decrement button, go ahead and use that snippet right quick. And also for the increment button, use the snippet as well, just so we can go ahead and import it into our cart. So let's go and import those now. So import decrement button and import our increment button like that. All right, so this is our cart, and let's go ahead and write some JSX, I guess. But before we do that, actually, let's go ahead and we got to do a const cart store equals use cart store, like that. So that way we can call this inside of our JSX. And we also going to do a const total, and this is going to equal total price, and this takes in a value because that's what we did inside of our total price util. So it takes in our cart, and then it reduces it and do all that extra stuff. So this is going to take in our cart store dot cart, all right, and total everything up inside of our cart. So now let's start writing some JSX. So we're going to do a div, and this div is going to have a class name of fixed, a width of full, a height of screen, a top of 0, and a left of 0, and also a BG of black /25, like that, and a z index of 50. All right, so for us to see this, actually, let's go ahead and do that. So let's head over to our nav bar, and we have to import the cart here. I guess we can just import it right here. So let's go ahead and import our cart component, and then for us to see it, we have to I think we got to make a on click on our cart here. So find the cart, which is here, and this is why I added the div around here, and we're gonna add an on click. But first, before we actually do that, it's always something we got to do, right? we got to import our use cart store as well here. So let's go ahead and import use cart store like that. And we got to call it inside of our component somewhere. Let's do a cons use cart store, or just cart store actually. Cons cart store. And this is going to equal use cart store like that. All right. And now we can play around with this. So on this div, we can do a on click. And what we can do is, we can do use cart store, or maybe I'm trying to remember this without looking. Cart store dot toggle cart like that. So I think that's what's gonna happen. So yeah, cart store dot toggle cart. So that's what we're gonna do here. And we're getting a little error. That's just my computer. So let's head over to the cart now. And what we're gonna do is on this div, we're gonna have an on click. And this is also going to toggle our cart as well. So we're gonna do cart store dot toggle cart like that. So with that, now head back over to our nav bar, and at the bottom, probably right underneath this last div, we're gonna render some stuff out conditionally. So what we're gonna do is we're going to do let me just go look to make sure. Kind of forgot. I think it's, let's see, app components, nav bar. Okay, got it. All right, so yeah, we'll do, so if the cart store that is open, so if it's not open, basically, we're going to return our cart like this. All right, so yeah, this is called short circuiting. I think that's what this is called. Basically, if this is true, then the second part will happen. If it's not, it will short circuit out, and then this wouldn't even this component wouldn't show. I think that's what this is called, short circuiting. All right, so let's test this out. So now when we click on that, as you can see, it toggles, and I don't know, you guys can see that the screen is going dark. That's because we got a BG of black with the opacity of 25, I believe. So let's head back over to the cart. Yeah, so we got this BG black here. All right, so now let's see what we got to do. All right, so now we're gonna have our actual cart. So this is going to be a div, and this is going to have a class name of BG white, a position absolute, a right of 0, a top of 0, and for medium screens, we want the width to be 2.2 and a fifth, I guess it was, and then a width is going to be 3/4, like that, and the height is going to be screen with a padding of 12, and we're going to do an overflow. Actually, we don't even need that. We need that right there. So let's test this out. I think we'll be able to see this part. Let's see. Yep. So there we go. We got our cart, guys. And then, as you can see, we added this on click to toggle the cart. So when we click on it, off the cart, it closes. But for some reason now, when we click on a cart, it closes. So there's a little trick on that. You can add a on click on this div. So we'll do an on click. I'm going to do event, and this is going to return e.stop propagation like that, and that's a function. So now when we open the cart and we click on this little white part, it doesn't close, but when we click off of the white part, it closes. Nice little trick. All right, so now we can start writing some stuff inside of our cart. So we're going to do a fragment like that. And inside of this fragment, we're going to have a button. And this button is going to have a on click of, it's going to toggle our cart as well. So this gives the user the ability to close up, go back to the store without having to click off the cart. So I think that's pretty good to add. On toggle cart, and this button is just going to say back to store like that. So let's take a look. Now we got back to store, and it goes back to the store. All right, and underneath this button, this is where we're going to map through our products that's added to the cart. So what we'll do is we're going to do a cart store dot cart, and since our cart is an array, so we'll be able to do this map. We're going to do dot map, and it's going to take a product. All right, and we're going to return some JSX. I'm getting some errors. I wonder if, what is this error? Maybe I just got to write some stuff in here. So it's going to return a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex, a py of 4, a gap of 4, item center, a border bottom, so border dash b, actually do a border dash b 2, and then we're going to change the color of it. We're going to do a border dash b dash gray. I'm going to gray 600, and we're also going to do a justify between and a margin bottom of 5 like that. All right, so let's take a look, and as you can see, we don't see anything. All right, so inside of this div, we're going to have an image tag, and our image tag is, our source is going to be our product dot image like that, and the width is going to be 150, the height is going to be 150, and our alt is just going to say man, we only got a Moonlamp product on here. It's gonna be Moonlamp like that. Hopefully all of the accessibility people don't come at me. All right, so image, and then we're gonna have a h1, and this is going to have a class name of font medium, and this h1 is just going to have our product dot name. All right, so under this h1, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name of flex, gap 2, a justify center, item center, a bg black, slash 10. So if you guys don't know what the slash is, it's basically opacity, but just changing the opacity of it, and a px of 2, and a rounded of sm like that. All right, and then this div, this is where we're going to have our decrement button, so we can go ahead and just put decrement button like that, like that, and we're gonna have an h2, and this h2 is going to have our product quantity, product dot quantity like that, and underneath this is going to be our increment button like that. All right, cool. So I think that's it for the cart, for that part. So our cart is currently empty right now because we don't have anything in there. So we want like a message to show when the cart is empty. So right underneath this map right here, we're going to render some stuff out conditionally. So we do cart store dot cart dot length. So if our cart store length is greater than 0, we want, actually this is going to be the total price actually. So we have a span, let's see, span like that, and it's going to have our total, and then we're going to have our format price in here. So we'll do format price, it's going to be total like that. All right, and then else, so right after this span, it's going to be null. All right, so we shouldn't see anything because our cart store length is not greater than 0. So after this one, this is where we're going to actually have our message to show that our cart is empty. So we're going to do brackets again, and we have a cart store dot cart dot length is less than 1. We're going to return some JSX, and this JSX is going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name of hfull flex item center and a justify center. And then inside this div, we're going to have a span that just says your cart is empty. Empty, like that. All right, so we get an error here. Let's see what's up with this. Oh, we didn't do an else, that's why. So else null, like that. All right, so there we go. Yeah, your cart is empty. Nice. And it should be nice and centered because we made this class, this div hfull flex item center. And we can style this up a bit. We can do a class name of text LG, a uppercase, a font of bold, and also a white space no wrap, like that. Look nice. All right, nice. All right, so we got our cart and it's currently empty though. We also need a checkout button as well. So right underneath this this thing here, we're going to do another, we're going to render something else out conditionally, because we only want our checkout button to show when we got obviously products in a cart. So same thing, we're going to do a cart store dot cart dot length is greater than 0. We're going to return a button, and this button is going to have a class name, a bg primary, a py of 2, margin top of 4, a width of full, a rounded of md, and a text of white, like that. And this is just going to say checkout, like that. All right, and obviously we're going to have an on click once we add the back end, add an on click to this once we add a back end and stuff, so that way we can have our checkout form show, and it's going to return null. I mean, else is going to be null. So let's take a look. So we don't see anything because the cart is empty. So now I say, since our cart is done, our cart is complete for now. We are going to have to do more work to this once we add a back into it, but for now it's complete. And yeah, I say we go ahead and work on probably the increment button and the add to cart button, so that way we can see our products add to cart and stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so there's a few things we have to do to get this functionality to work before we add our add to cart button. And first thing we're going to do is head over to our page.tsx. So this is our home page, and we're going to import our get products function from our utils. Get products like that. And inside of our home function, we're going to do a const products. I'm going to do a wait get products. That. And since we're using a wait, we got to change our home component to a async. That. All right, cool. So instead of us rendering out our product component like this, we want to pass it our products. So that way we can pass our add to cart button, all of our product details, our decrement button, and all that stuff, all of our components. And the reason why I have to do it like this is because with Next.js, you got server components and you have client components, and you cannot import a client component inside of a server component. You can only, actually other way around, you cannot import a server component inside of a client component. So for this to work, this is the only way that I got it to work. I'm pretty sure there's probably hundreds of other ways to do this, and plus we only have one product on our site, so I think this is probably the easiest way to do it. So instead of us rendering out like this, we're going to do some JS, do a fragment, and we're going to do brackets, and we're going to do products dot map. So we're mapping through all of our products, which is just one. And we're going to take in our product like that, singular. And we're just going to return our product component like that, and we're going to pass it all of our products. So just do dot 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 spread operator product like that. And we also need a key. Let's do a key, and this is going to be our product.id like that. All right, so with that, I don't think our component should even change at all. So let's refresh. So it looked like it did change, did it? Oh, no, it didn't. So we're getting 2 errors. So now with that, we're getting a hydration error. To fix this error, there's actually a fix to this. We're not going to fix it right now, actually. Just leave it there. But if it's bothering you, there is a fix, and we're going to fix it. Trust me. All right, so that's that. So let's head over to our product now, and now we're taking in a bunch of stuff. So let's go ahead and fix this up now, if I can find it. I thought I had it open. Guess I don't. Product there. All right, so now we're taking in some props, and the props we're taking in is the name. We're taking in an image. We're taking in a unit amount. We're also taking in ID. We're taking in a description, and we're also taking in a quantity as well. All right, so this is all the stuff that we're taking in from that spread operator that we just did. So here over top of our, actually let's do it in between here. We're going to do a const product data, and it's just going to be all of this stuff. So let's just copy this. Let's copy all of that. So product data is just equal this object there, and that way we can pass this product data to our add to cart button that we're going to add. So let's head over to that right quick, and let's go RAFE, just so we can go ahead and import it to our our product. And let's import it here. So import add to cart button. All right, cool. So now let's go ahead and put that add to cart button in a phone call. All right, so it's going to be, it looks like it is right under this p tag here. We're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex, a justify of center, a item center, and a gap of 5. So this is going to hold our add to cart button and also our add to wish list button. So add to cart button, and I don't think we REFE our wish list yet. All right, let's head back over to our product, and let's go ahead and import that here as well, or we could just auto import it actually. So we're gonna have add to wish list here, add to wish list button, like that. All right, nice. So we gotta add the wish list cart. We gotta add the cart button and add the wish list button. So now we can go ahead and pass it these all of this data here. So using this product data that we made there. So to do that, we're just going to do the same thing. We're gonna use the spread operator. I'm gonna do dot 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 product data, like that. All right. So now let's head over to our cart. I'm gonna open it up here. And let's start writing some JSX, but we do have to make this a use client because we'll be adding the on click and stuff. And we also got to import our use cart store, and that's it for now. We're going to come back to this later on and import some other stuff, but for now this is good. So now that we pass it the prop, so it's gonna be the same exact thing. It's gonna be that object, so name, image, unit amount, ID, description, and quantity. And now we can call a cart store inside of our component. So we're gonna do a const cart store equals use cart store, like that. Now let's write some JSX and start styling our button. So we're gonna do a fragment, and we're gonna do a button, that, and this button is just gonna say add to cart, obviously. Add to cart, and let's start styling this up a bit. So we're gonna do a class name of my12, a text of white, a py of 2, a px of 6, a font medium, a rounded MD, and a BG of primary, like that. Let's see how that looks. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, that looks doesn't look like the button I made. All right. I think we should probably do BG secondary. Let me just take a quick look in our tailwind config. 7.7. So yeah, 7.7 is secondary. We might have to go back and fix some of the other stuff as well. Secondary. All right, so BG secondary. I think that looks better. A little bit lighter. Actually, the primary looks a little bit better. Actually, let's do BG primary, like that. All right, so now let's go ahead and add our on click. So we'll do on click, and this is where the magic is about to happen. We're gonna do cart store dot add to cart, and we're gonna pass it in all of that data that we had. So our name, actually, so we don't gotta do one of these. Hold on. I think I did too many. Let's see. Let's just paste that in like that. All right, so maybe so we can pass it our name, our image, this unit amount. So yeah, I think this is right. All right, so now with that, let's test this out. So let's go ahead and add it to the cart. So we pressed it, and let's go up here to our cart, and we see it. right there. Nice. As you can see, we getting some errors here. Our decrement button and stuff is off as well. It says not a number, so we gotta make sure we go back and fix that and see what's the problem with that, but it's working, which is good. To clear our cart store, we can go to inspect, click on application. I think it's application, or maybe not. Hold on. Maybe memory. I think my mouse is about to die. Let the cart store be here. Local storage. Oh, there we go. So click on local storage and then localhost 3000. So this is our cart store. As you can see, it shows wireless, Moonlamp, and it shows the image and the files and all that stuff. So to just delete it for now, because we don't have our decrement button in place, you can just go ahead and delete. So now it's deleted from our cart store. So once we refresh, our cart should be empty now. So just make sure when you click add to cart, it should work. Ignore the way it looks now. We're gonna go back and fix all of this stuff. But yeah, so that's it for that. Now I say we go ahead and work on our decrement and increment buttons. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but we are getting 2 errors, and it's the little hydration thing. I was sitting here trying to debug and see why we're getting not a number there, but I figured we'll go ahead and work on that hydration error that we're getting. And to fix that, we have to make a component. Make sure you don't make it inside of the UI components. We're going to do a hydrate component. We're going to just do hydration. TSX. All right, and here we're gonna, this is going to be use client, because we're gonna import use state and use effect and React node as well for TypeScript. React node, we're gonna do use effect and use state as well, and this is going to be from React. All right, and we're gonna do an export default function hydration, and this is gonna have children like that. And for TypeScript purposes, because this is going to be children, trying to remember how to do this. I think we do it like that, and then we do brackets. So we'll do children is a React node like that. There we go. All right, and then in here we're going to set some state. We're going to do const is hydrated, and then set is hydrated, and this is going to equal use state, and default value is going to be false. All right, and we're gonna do use effect, and this is just going to set is hydrated to true like that. And we also need a dependency array like that. And then here we're going to return some, we're actually going to return some JSX, and this is like the little loading screen. I did some practice with this on, I forgot what project, but you can actually add React spinners, I believe, to this and have like a nice little loading effect. I did it for one of my projects. So we're gonna do fragment, and we're gonna render some stuff out conditionally. We do so if it is hydrated, we're gonna return our children like that. But else, this is where we're gonna return that loading screen. So we're gonna do a div, and this div is going to have a class name of hScreen, flex, item center, a justify center, and an MX of 0. All right, and I don't think we gotta add this MX of 0. Now I think about it. And in here, I have an H1, and this is just gonna say loading like that, dot, like that. And this, you can style this up a bit. We can do a class name, text 3XL, a font of bold, and a text primary like that. All right, so let's all right, we're getting an error here. Oh, we forgot to do our, oh, we already did our else. Hold on. Oh, okay, I see the issue. We don't got a closing fragment on there. All right, so with that, let's actually restart our server, because we haven't restarted it in a while. npm run dev. And now let's take a look at this. So we should see like a loading screen. Oh, we forgot the we won't see it actually. We have to head over to our layout and import it here. So import hydration from our components, and we're gonna wrap our entire, I think we just wrap our body and our nav. So hydration like that, and so I think it's like that. I think we do that. So now we see we got the errors here, so we shouldn't be getting these errors anymore. Let's refresh, and as you can see, it says loading, and now it works. And I don't know why it's not centered though. Hold on, let's head back over to our hydration. Oh, that's why. H screen. There we go. All right, so let's refresh. There we go. Nice loading screen, loading, and bam. All right, so those errors went away. Let's check our cart. We're still getting not a number there. That is so weird. I gotta figure that out. But I guess we'll work on our decrement and increment button for now. So let's go ahead and do that actually. So inside of our nav bar, actually inside of our cart, we're going to pass down some props to our decrement and increment button, and we're just going to pass the product. So same thing, I believe we still do the spread operator. So we do product like that, and then same with our increment, product like that. All right, so now head over to our components, UI, and our, let's do decrement first. So it's already got that one open. And we're gonna import a few things. Let's import use cart store. We're gonna import bi minus from React icons /bi. All right, and we can remove that. All right, so same thing, we gotta call our cart store. So call cons cart store equals cart store. Oh, use cart store, sorry. Like that. And now we can write some JSX. All right, so this is going to return us a button. And inside this button, this is gonna have an on click first of all. We gotta take in our props. So we're gonna take in product, and let me see. I don't think we were supposed to use the spread operator there actually. Let's see. Let's head back over to our cart, and I don't think we're supposed to use a spread operator here. think we'll just send it over the product like that. And then head back over to decrement. So this on click, we're going to do cart store dot remove product, and it's going to remove all of that stuff. So we're going to remove our ID, and it's going to be product dot ID. So make sure you do a comma, and then we're going to remove our unit amount, unit underscore amount, and that's going to be product dot unit amount, comma, and our quantity, that's going to be product dot quantity, and our name, it's going to be product dot name, and our image, and then product dot image, like that. All right, and so that's that. So inside of this button, we're just going to have our bi minus that. So let's see if this works. Let's refresh. Computer starting to run slow again. Might gotta restart. Let's close out of this. I got too many windows open. All right, so we got an error on our cart. Let's head over to our cart. And it's look like it is up here somewhere. What the hell? Unexpected div. Token div JSX. Let's see. Let's take this off. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. Oh, that's why. Look at this. We just got product. Oh my god, that is so... I cannot believe that. We got to do product equals to that, and then product equal to that. We can't just... You can't just send it over like that. Alright, so that should work now. Alright, so let's test this out. So we got our decrement button, we hit it, and now the cart's empty. Nice. And it's going to add it back, and let's click it a few times. So once we click it, so that was the whole reason of that function. So once the item is already in the cart, instead of it re-adding over and over again, we'll see it multiple times, it just increments the quantity. So let's click it 5 times, 6 times, 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, and now, oh, I clicked it 7 times, so now we see 7. And let's do a decrement, and now you can see that it's decremented, and but once it hits 0, that's when the cart is empty. Nice. So we got our decrement button working. Ignore all of the TypeScript errors. We're going to come back and fix those here in a few. So you're going to see errors on everything, but we're going to come back and fix those. All right, so let's go ahead and do the increment button. And to be honest, we can actually probably just copy this whole entire thing and just switch over some stuff, because it's kind of the same thing. So instead of bi minus, we're going to do ri add fill, and then change the bi to ri. And this is also taken in a product. And to fix this TypeScript error here, I guess I already fixed it on, so might as well just fix this one. We're going to do an interface increment prop type, and this is just going to take our product. I probably shouldn't have did this actually. Let's not do this yet. We forgot to do our types. I don't know what I'm thinking. Yeah, we forgot to make our type folder. So like I said, we're gonna come back and fix this stuff. All right, so we got our cart store, and instead of remove product, we're gonna do cart store dot add product, add the cart, and same thing, all this stays the same. And then down here we'll just have our ri add fill like that. All right, so let's test this out, see if this works. So let's go ahead and add it. Add it a few times. There we go. And we got a decrement and increment button. So once we increase, it goes 4, 5, 6. It just keeps going forever. So we got to figure out this total, why this total isn't working. I got to go back and look over the code. But this is how the cart looks. For some reason, this is a little bit darker than what it's supposed to be actually. So let's head back over to the cart. And for the border bottom, where is that at? Border bottom 2, but maybe not gray. 600. Let's do like 400. A little bit too light. Yeah, maybe that looks better. Let's do 300. Yeah, I think that looks better like that. All right, cool. All right, so now I say we probably work on a wish list, or probably start fixing some of these TypeScript errors actually, because there's just too many errors. So let's go ahead and create our types folder, create all our types, and then start fixing some of these TypeScript errors. And then we also got to figure out why this is showing not a number. All right, so I figured it out, guys. It actually wasn't nothing wrong with our code. I'm working on a ton of projects, so I had a bunch of stuff inside of my local storage. So I just deleted everything in there, the cart store, the wish list store, which we haven't even created yet. It was for another project, and a bunch of other things was in there as well. So I deleted that, and I got it working. So if you add it to carts, yours has been probably already working. But yeah, I set it to $1. I was just playing around with it. So while we're here, we can actually edit this a little bit. So we got our name, and we can head over to our code actually under product. And I still have all the errors, don't worry, I just closed out. But once I open up the file, that's when the error is going to show. So we can actually type in, oh, we don't even got a description, but we can just copy this description. And in here, instead of it being a description, we'll just do a description like that. And it's going to be this description. We can just copy this lorem over here, just like that. And change the price back to $29.99. And let's go ahead and save it. And now we can close out of this. And let's just make sure it didn't change anything. Refresh. All right, our lorem's still the same. Add to cart. Then did it save the price? I don't think I saved it. I think I closed out before it saved. That sucks. Let's go back. Let's go back to Stripe and sign back in. Products, product catalog. Oh, the price is still here. Maybe it just didn't update yet. Maybe I have to, since I changed the price, maybe I have to clear out my cart store again. So head back over to applications, or instead of doing all of this, actually, it should just clear out once I go down to 0. All right, so cart store. And it's still there in my catch, but I think once I add it from here, it should change the price. Yep, nice. So we got our price, and once we increment, it goes up. And using that reduce method inside of our total price utils, is adding up our total, and everything is accurate. So really nice. Happy about that. All right, so now I say let's go ahead and create all our types. So inside of the root folder, we're going to create a folder called types. All right. And we're going to have 2 types in here for now. So we're going to have a cart type, cart types .ts, and we're also going to have a product type .ts. All right, and I'm just gonna copy this over from here. We don't gotta copy it all. So this is the product types right here. So our name's gonna be a string, image is gonna be a string, unit amount can be a number or a null, ID can be a string, quantity it's obviously a number or 1, description is a string or null, and then for cart types, I'm gonna copy this over, paste that in there. Name is a string, image string, ID string, quantity number or 1, and unit is number or null. All right, nice. So we can close out of these. We shouldn't have to open those back up. And now let's start fixing some of these errors, I guess. Let's start with the used cart store, because it's a bunch of errors in this. So here we're going to import our cart type file. So let's go to import cart type, that, and for item, this is going to be a cart type, that, and this item as well, cart type, and for our cart, it's going to be a cart type like this, but also an array like that. So with that, we shouldn't have any errors on our used cart store for now. And in our page, we can ignore those for now. Our product, so this is going to be our product types here. Let me go open this up. So we're going to go ahead and import product type, and all of this stuff is just product type like that. All right, so that got rid of all of our errors in this, and I think it actually got rid of the errors in our page as well. So layout has no errors, global got those errors. There's a way to get rid of these, I forgot how to do it, but those are fine. Product doesn't have any, parallax is good, navbar I believe had some, maybe not. Hydration doesn't have any. Hero doesn't have any features, should be good. Cart may have some, maybe not. Increment definitely has some, and I believe like all of our buttons have errors. All right, so this should be the same. This should be easy. So we're going to import product type, and all of this is product type like that. All right, so that got rid of those, but it's saying description, something with description. I don't know what's up with that. Description. Let's head over to product type right quick. Description. Make sure I spelled it right. Description. Okay. All right. Let's see where we're passing this, the props. So we're passing it the props through our cart. No, our product. Sorry. And description is there, and description is there. All right, well, assignment type name string, assignable cart type. Maybe we were supposed to switch this to cart type. Actually, let me check. Okay, I see. So this doesn't even need a description in here. So we can actually remove description. Like that. So yeah, we don't even need description in there. Alright, so cool. That's good. Add the wish list. We didn't create yet. Product. There's a way to fix this. So we're gonna do a interface. But before we do the interface, let's go ahead and import our product type. Product type. And we're gonna do an interface. And you can just name this whatever you want. I'm gonna name it decrement prop types. That. And we're just gonna do product type, like that. All right. And here we're just gonna do decrement prop type, like that. So the reason why we had to do this, because I think if you just try to add this product type to it, you're just gonna get an error. Let's check. Import product type. So yeah, if we try to do it like this, like we did the other ones, it won't work, as you can see. So we got to do it the way we just did it inside of decrement with the interface. So I'm gonna copy this, get over to here, and just change this to increment prop types. That. And same thing, product type, and we just changed this to increment prop types. So there we go. File's looking clean now. We do have some here as well. To fix this one, I believe it is cart types. Let me just check. So we're gonna do import cart types. And our cart is going to be a cart type, so it's going to be an array. And I believe that's it. So that got rid of all of those, and I think we got all the errors. Let's just go back and look. For now, yeah, I think we're good. So with that, let's just check our project, make sure everything is still working. Add to cart. And we got that. Nice. Nice. All right. So I said we go ahead and add that number on top of here to show like how many items is in our cart. So let's head over to our nav bar. And that's really easy to add. All right. So right underneath our cart, where is it? So right underneath this div here, actually inside of the div, so we did cursor pointer. Oh, we didn't even do cursor pointer. So let's give this a class name of cursor pointer. And position relative, like that. All right. And just close out of this. And now underneath our cart, we're going to do cart store dot cart dot length. So if is greater than 0, and so this is the little short circuit thing I was talking about. We're going to return a span, and this span is going to have a class name of BG primary, a text of white, text small, font bold, a width of 4, height of 4, a rounded of full, position absolute, a left of 2, a bottom of 3, flex, item center, and I believe a justify center. Justify center. Why is it not? There we go. All right. And this in here is just going to be our cart store dot length, dot cart length, like that. All right. So with that, we should see. Let's go ahead and add the cart. Should see our number there. So we got one item in our cart, and we only have one item on our website. So I mean, it's just gonna be one. I mean, we could probably rewire this to be the quantity of it, but then we'll have that number just going up. Yeah, I don't think we should do that. Yeah, I don't think we should do that. Let's see. Product. Cart. That map. Yeah, I mean, we probably could, but let's just keep it like that. I think that's better. If you guys want to add more products, really easy to do. Just head over to Stripe and add more products. And the styling and everything will be the same. And the cool thing is, you know, you just add it. You got all these reusable components. You just add the cart to it, and you add the wish list and everything. And yep, you can add more products if you want. So now I'm trying to think. We can either finish up the home page. We can do the contact section, the frequently asked questions, and also the footer, and then we'll work on a wish list. So yeah, I think we'll do that now. I say we'll go ahead and do the frequently asked questions section. All right, so under components, let's create another file. It's gonna be FAQ for frequently asked questions .tsx. Okay. RAFE. We can delete delete the import for React, and then head back over to our page just so we can see it. And right underneath our fragment there, we're just going to import FAQ from components, and now we should see it here right underneath our product. Give it 1 second. Might gotta there we go. All right, cool. So first thing we're gonna do is go ahead and put use client, because we'll be using use state in this. Use client, and we're going to import use state from React. We also going to import some React icons, the plus and minus icon. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy over from here. So it's FA plus circle and FA minus circle. I got confused there for a second. And then we also going to be using Framer motion. We're going to import motion from Framer motion, and we also going to import animate presence, and this is coming from Framer dash motion. All right, so let's set some state here, because we're making an accordion for this frequently asked questions section. So we need to set some state. So we're going to do a const, and we're going to do active question. Active question, and we also going to do set active question, and this is going to equal use state, and the default is going to be null. Okay, so for TypeScript purposes, just so we just go ahead and eliminate the upcoming error in between use state and null, we're gonna just put, it can be a number or it can be null. like that. Just so, because it's just going to be an error once we finish writing this code. All right, so right underneath here, we're going to have our array of questions and answers. And I'm just going to copy it from here. It's going to be, let me just go ahead and show you guys. Let me paste it in here. So you're going to need an ID. You're going to have your question and you're going to have your answer. So I think I did 5 questions. Wait, did I copy them? Oh, okay. I forgot to put the little bracket down here. All right, so yeah, just make an array of questions and answers and make sure you have an ID. Really easy. If you guys want, you can pause the video and just copy these same exact questions and answers. I was bored and didn't know what to write for these. How many years does this lamp last? We would hope a lifetime, but you never know what could happen. Yeah. All right, so let's write some JSX now. And so first thing, we're gonna have a div, and this is going to have a class name of margin bottom. Actually, it's gonna have a class name of width full and a py of 5. All right, and then in here we're gonna have our normal div. I probably should have made a container inside of the tailwind because we keep rewriting the same exact like container for everything. So we're gonna do width 89%, a margin of auto, a max width of 1400 pixels, and we also want to do a shadow MD, a rounded of LG, a P of 8, so padding of 8 all around, and a BG of our background like that. All right, so let's see if we can see this. We probably can't see this actually because we didn't do like a height. Okay, we can see it a little bit. So there we go. Nice. All right, so in here we're gonna have a h2, and this h2 is gonna have a class name of text 2xl, a margin bottom of 6, and a font of semi bold like that. And this is going to say frequently asked questions like that. All right, let's see if we can see it. Nice. All right, cool. All right, so now we're gonna map through our questions and return some JSX. So make sure you do brackets, and then we're gonna do questions dot map, and we're gonna take in a question, so we can just put Q and go ahead and write that. And now we're gonna return a div, and this div is gonna have a key, because when you're mapping with React, you always got to put a key. So it's gonna be our QID, and it's also going to have a class name of margin bottom 4, and last is going to be MB0. So what this does is basically on the last child, I believe, we want a margin bottom of 0. So this margin bottom of 4 is going to affect all of the children except for the last child. All right. And inside of this div, we're gonna have a button with a class name. It's gonna be a long class name here, so make some space. Let me just come down a little bit. So this is gonna have a class name of width full, a text of left, a text XL, a focus. I saw focus, right? A focus of outline none, a padding of 4, a BG of gray 400, actually gray 100, sorry, a rounded of LG, a shadow of MD, flex, and I believe it should be justify center. Let's make sure. Actually, you're just going to do justify between and item center. So justify between and item center, like that. And it's also going to have an on click to this button, and our on click. So we're going to do a return set active questions. Actually, we're going to return a ternary operator. So yeah, set active questions. So let's remove that and do parentheses, and then we're going to do set active questions. I did it wrong, sorry. So we're gonna do set active questions, and then in here, this is when we're gonna do the ternary operator. So we're gonna do active question. So if active question equals our q.id, just scroll down some. We're gonna return null. Else, we're just gonna return our q.id, like that. All right. That's that, and inside of this button, we're gonna have our q.question, like that. Let's see if we can see it. As you can see, there we go. We got our questions popping up, and now we're gonna render some more stuff out conditionally. So do another bracket, and we're gonna do active question. Active question. So it equals our q.id. And return some JSX. We're going to return our FA minus circle, like this, and then else we're going to return our FA plus circle, like that. All right. So let's see. So that should be right over here on the right, on this left side here. There we go. So when we click, as you can see, it goes plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. Okay. All right. So this actually can take some class names. So let's do a class name. Class name of text XL and text primary, like that. All right, so let's see if that works. See, it doesn't work. I knew it. I knew you cannot put class names on the inside of this. So what we can do is we can wrap this around a div. I just wanted to try that right quick. What we can do is wrap this inside of a div, or we could probably, yeah, let's wrap inside of a div like that, and then what we can do is do a class name of text primary, and now it should affect that. Oh wait, that was minus. Wait, you probably can. Let me go back. Let's go back right quick. Wait, I'm doing way too far. Let me redo. Alright, let's just go plus circle. Alright, and let's put a class name on this. Class name. And this is going to equal text XL and text primary. Alright, so let's see if that works. Wait, it does. Okay. Wow. So this whole time I've been putting divs around the React icons because I didn't know you can put class names in here like that. Wow. Okay. So yeah, on my code, I got the div around it. I just wanted to try this out because somebody told me that you can, and yeah, apparently you can. So yeah, let's put this class name here as well. And you probably don't even need text XL because I believe it's already, yeah, it's working perfectly. Wow. Let's remove text XL. I don't think we need this. Let's just make sure. Remove that. Okay, we probably do. Did it get smaller? Or is it just me? Okay, maybe it's just me. Alright, so it didn't get smaller. Let's just remove them. Oh my god. Why is it? Alright, so just copy this class name over to here. I apologize. Alright, let's just keep it like that. That looks nice. Okay. Alright, so underneath this button, now we want to have our answer show, but we also going to be using framer motion because we don't want it to just jump right to the answer. We want like a nice transition. So we're going to do animate presence like that. And we're going to wrap our code into this, and we're going to do render some stuff out conditionally again. Active question, if it equals our q dot id like that. And so this is we're about to short circuit again. So we're gonna return a motion. Let me just write yeah, let's do motion dot div like that. And in here we're gonna do our initial. So it's gonna be our initial animation. Make sure you do double brackets, so the opacity is going to be 0 and our height is going to be 0. All right, like that. So that's our initial. And now we need our animate. Double brackets again, and our animate is going to be opacity. It's going to be 1, and our height is going to be auto like that. Opacity. Am I spelling opacity right? Initial opacity 0. Okay, I think because we need an exit, so do exit like that, and double brackets again, and it's gonna be opacity going to be 0, and our height is going to be 0. That. All right, so we're getting an error here, and I'm not sure why. Oh, okay, I see why. We're not inside of this motion div, so I gotta go inside of here. Let me just fix this right quick. All right, so height 0. All right, so yeah, I gotta go inside of the bracket there. So opacity, motion div opacity, animate gonna be equal, and there we go. All right, cool. All right, so that's that. And sorry about my game on in the back. My son was playing. So motion.div, and in here we're just gonna have a p tag, and it's just going to be our q.answer like that. Answer like that. And I believe that is it. Let's take a look. And once we click, it shows our answer, and it also shows that nice little effect. I don't know if you guys can see it like fading away. It looks so nice. I wish I could show you guys without framer motion. I mean, it just jumps right to it. It doesn't look right at all. But we can actually add a class name to this p tag. Let's do a class name of just margin top of 3. So give it a little bit of margin, or maybe probably should add like a padding, but I think that looks good. Nice. All right, perfect. All right, so that's the frequently asked questions section. Let's go ahead and create our contact section. All right, so let's go ahead and create a contact component. Contact.tsx and REFE like that, and head over to our little page, and right under facts we're gonna import our contact component. All right, so our contact, no imports, just all JSX. So let's go ahead and, for now, once we add a backend, I do plan on adding email.js, but for now, just all JSX. So we're gonna do a section. Probably should have just did a div, to be honest. And it's gonna have a class name of py10, and same div container that we've been doing. We're gonna do a class name of width 89%. 89%, a max width of 1400 pixels, and a margin of auto, like that. All right, and in here, this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna be our grid. We're gonna do a class name of grid, a grid Kyle1 for the default, and for large screens and up, we're gonna do a grid Kyle3 and a gap of 6. All right, so in here we're gonna have a div, and this is not gonna take any class names. Then in this div we're gonna have another div and this is gonna have a class name of mdflex, mdflex row. For LG screens and up, we're gonna do a justify of start. And then for LG screens, we're gonna do flex call. And also for LG, we're gonna do a text left, like that. And for medium screens, we're gonna do justify between. All right, whenever I'm doing forms, it's like the most styling. Like, I hate doing forms, man. Like the contact section, I hate them. And then inside this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is just gonna have a class name of margin bottom 6. All right, and then in here we're gonna have a h1, and this is going to have a class name of text base, a font of medium, and a margin bottom of 2. And this is just going to say email address, like that. All right, let's see if we can see all this stuff. Save it. All right, there we go. We got email address. Nice. All right. Trying to think. Font medium. All right, and then underneath here we're gonna have an A tag, and the href is just going to be this little mail to thing. So whenever you click on it, it opens up like the mailbox. I'm just gonna paste this in here, and you could just, I mean, obviously we don't got a like a mailbox set up right now, but all of this is most likely gonna get changed once I add email.js to this. But for the email, it's gonna be support at moonlamps.com. All right, so after this, I say we go ahead and probably copy from this div, this margin bottom 6. Let's copy this 2 more times. Let's copy, and I'm gonna paste it 1, 2 more times. And it's gonna change up a few things. So for the second one, instead of email address, I'm getting an error, connection closed. What the hell? All right, cool. All right, so for the second one, we're gonna do telephone, like that. And you can just type in some random telephone number. But for the href, it's gonna be different. So, but for the number, it's gonna do 123 space 456 789 0. And then for the href, this is how you get like your telephone to pop up. So for the href, we're gonna do like that. All right, so that's the telephone. Let's make sure so it looks good. And then the third is going to be the address. Address, we can remove this just a tag for this one, and we can remove the email like that and just have address. And under here we're gonna have another h. We could just do h2 actually, and you're gonna do a class name of text gray 400 and a text small like that. Hold on, for the a tag we were supposed to put this same exact class name, text small, and then here we're just gonna make up an address. I just typed in 123 Elon Musk Parkway, Raleigh, North Carolina. So I'm just gonna paste that in there. And we actually want to copy this class name here for this h2 and put it on the a tags as well. Put it there, and we're gonna put it here as well. All right, let's take a look at this. Looking good, but I think it's a little bit too light. Now that I'm looking at it, let's do gray 500 for all of them. A little bit darker. 500 and 500. Let me expand this over a little bit. All right, let's take a look at that. Yeah, I think it looks better. All right, so now we need to do our actual form. So 3 divs down from here to this closing div, we're gonna do another div, and this is gonna have a class name of LG call span 2. All right, and here we're gonna have our form. It's not gonna take an action right now, and start writing our inputs. All right, so we're gonna have a div in here first, and this is gonna have a class name of space y of 6. All right, and then in here we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of grid col 1 for the default, and for medium screens and up it's gonna have a grid col 2 and a gap of 6. All right, let's take a look. Probably won't see anything. All right, so now let's do our inputs. So we're gonna have an input here inside of this div, input, and it's gonna take a bunch of stuff, so let's make some space here. All right, so first is gonna be a type of text, and name is going to be name, and ID it's going to be name. And make sure we put this ID, we're not using it now, but once we add email.js and stuff, we're going to need all this stuff. So class name is going to be border gray 300, text gray 900, text XSM, text small, block width of full, and a PY of 3. All right, let's see if we can see it. There we go. Nice. All right, cool. And we're also gonna have a placeholder of your name like that. All right, let's take a look. I should see our placeholder. Nice. Let's actually, it's like a little bit too close to there, so instead of padding PY of 3, actually we're gonna keep that. Let's also do a PX of 1, a little bit of space between there. There we go. And now it looks better. All right, cool. So we can actually copy this input and just change up the thing. So we're gonna copy it 2 more times. 1 two more times. All right, I'm just going to change up a few things on each one. So this is going to be email. The type is going to be, the name is going to be email, and ID, obviously email. For the class name, we're going to do border grade 300. Text, same thing with this one. So this is already all set. Just got to change the placeholder. It's going to say your email, like that. Let's take a look at this. All right, so as you can see, we kind of did something wrong here. So this div, this call div here, this is for these two up here. So let's actually close this on the second input. So let's take this and we're going to close this on our second input here, like that. So this grid call 1 and grid call 2, I'm going to close that there so it can look just like this. This is perfect. All right, cool. So the next input is our subject. So the type is going to be text. The name is going to be subject. And the ID is going to be subject. And I believe it's the same exact styling as well, but the placeholder is different. Subject. All right. And now we need our text area. So right underneath this input, we're going to do a text area. Text area, like that. And this is going to take a bunch of stuff as well. It's actually going to take the same styling, so just copy over this class name here, like that. All right, so same exact styling. Now let me just put some space here. All right, cool. And the placeholder is going to be your message, and the name is going to be comments. And the ID, or we could just name it message, actually. Message. And then the ID. Oh my god, it's about to make me go all the way over there. Alright, the ID. It's going to be message. And the rows, we're going to do rows. It's going to be 3. And I show this in every time I'm doing a form. So, I mean, I personally don't like it, but the user has the ability to stretch this as far as you can go, literally forever. Like they can just keep stretching it. I don't like that. So I'll take that part away. And you can also add a limit on the characters as well, but we're not going to do that right now. We'll probably do that once we add email.js. But to get rid of that ability to resize the text area, all you have to do is do a style, do double brackets, and do a resize of none, like that. And that takes that ability away for them to resize it once it catches everything up. There we go. So you can see they don't have the ability to resize, but once we refresh, it should show the size that I want, which is rows 3. So nice, perfect. All right, so that's that. So that is our text area. And now we need to do another div underneath here. And this is going to have a class name of text right. And in here, we're going to have another input. Actually, yeah, let's do another input. And the type is going to be submit. Yeah, not an input, sorry, I was reading the wrong thing. We're gonna do a button actually, and it's just gonna say submit, I believe. Let me just make sure. What the hell did I do here? All right, so cool, let's just do submit like that. All right, and let's do a class name. Class name is going to be py of 6, py of 4, a px of 6, around it a full uppercase cursor pointer. Let's just take a look at this right quick. See what I did here. All right, cool. Cursor pointer, BG should be, let's do a BG of primary, like that. We can see it may be a text of white. And instead of rounded full, we're gonna do rounded LG, like that. I think that'll look better. Maybe not. And let's bring down a PX. PX is top and bottom, so let's do bring it down to like 4 as well. I think that's a little bit too. X is left and right. Y is top and bottom. Keep it like that. Let's bring this to 2. PX2. Yeah, I don't know what I did over here. I must have didn't push the code right. It's showing like it's not even showing the button. All right, so there we go. I guess we can keep it like that. Submit button. Nice. All right, cool. So now we got to do our footer, and then after our footer, we're gonna go back and fix up a bunch of stuff. We got to fix up our nav bar. I want to add some more padding on it. We also got to fix up this section, change all the content on it. Just add more content, and add our wish list as well. So we still got quite some ways to go. So let's go ahead and knock out the footer and get started on other things. All right, so let's go ahead and make our footer component. Footer.tsx. And instead of putting it inside of our page, we're going to go to our layout and put it here underneath our children. We're gonna do footer. Oh, we forgot to do RAFE. Forgot to export it. So let's go back. Do our little snippet. And page. Footer. All right, cool. So now we should see footer down here underneath our contact section once it catches up a little bit. Let me. Oh, there it goes. All right, footer. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. This shouldn't take too long. We do have some imports. We're gonna go ahead and import image from Next.js. We're gonna import our logo from @public /Moonlamp logo, and we're gonna import 5 icons. So let me go ahead and copy this, paste that there. So we got AI fill Facebook, AI fill Instagram, AI fill Twitter Square, and we're using FA Snapchat Square, FA Pinterest Square. All right, so we got all our imports, and let's write some JSX. All right, so we're gonna do footer, and this is gonna have a class name of border top, border T, and a PY of 8. All right, so let's see if that border top worked. There we go. So Tailwind has like this built-in like border thing, so all you have to do is do border top or border bottom, and then this is the default. You can style it up, you can change the width and everything. So yeah, this is the default is 1 pixel. So if you wanted to change the width, you just do border T and then put a number after it. All right, so footer, and we're gonna have a class name div, and this class name is gonna be width full, like that. And then in this div, I'm gonna have another div, and this is gonna be class name of flex. And then we have another div inside this div and have a class name of width full. And then in this div, another div, and it's gonna have a class name of flex flex col, item center, and justify center, like that. And in here we're gonna have our image, so it's gonna be our logo. src is gonna be logo. Width is going to be 200. Height going to be 200. Alt is just going to be logo. And this will also have a class name of margin top 2, like that. All right, cool. And then after that, let's see how this looks first. Well, it should be nice and centered there. Nice. All right. After this, we're gonna have a UL, and this UL is gonna have a class name of flex, justify center, margin top of 8, and a gap of 3. All right, and have some LIs in here. In the LI, we're gonna have a div, and we're gonna have our logos in here. We're gonna start off with Facebook, and the size is going to be 25. All right, so we're gonna style this div up, and then we're just gonna copy and paste it 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. Let me just make sure I get all this stuff right. All right, so for this div, we're gonna have a class name of width 11, height 11, rounded, flex, item center, a justify center, a text xlg, a bg of gray 100, a text of secondary, and we're gonna do a hover of text white, and a hover of BG primary, and we also gonna have a transition to this. I think we just do transition all, like that. And I think we do have to set a duration. Let me make sure. Actually, we don't. All right, so that's it. We're just gonna copy and paste this a few more times, and then we gotta do the little bottom part. Let's see how this looks first, though. Did I save it? Let's refresh. Oh, we're getting internal. I've been getting that lately. I don't know if it's Next.js or what. Like, I don't know what the deal is with that. All right, so let's go ahead and refresh. And this is looking really good, man. The file structure, the folder structures, everything looks nice. And once we add a back into it, it's gonna be even more more files here. But everything's nice. We don't have any errors. I didn't check the console, so we probably gotta check the console before we end this video. Make sure the console's clear. So let's wait till this load up. If it comes on, I guess while that's loading up, we can go ahead and copy this LI a few times. And just paste it 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. Let me just scroll down to see if this is how I want it. Nice. All right, perfect. So now we just got to change the logos. So let's start at the top. I'm gonna do AI fill Instagram for that one. AI Twitter Square, and I believe the last two was FA Pinterest, and FA Snapchat. All right, and that actually looked like the Facebook logo, the color and everything. It's crazy. All right, cool. We got all our logos there, and now we need this little bottom part. So right underneath this UL, I have a P, and this is just going to have a class name of margin top 8, and we're going to take this little copyright icon. I'm actually just going to copy all of this right here and just paste it. So you can get this copyright icon Let me see if I can remember. I believe it's like an copy or some shit, or an copy. I forgot what it was. It's like a little HTML thing you can do, and I thought it was like and copy. Let's see if that works. Oh, that don't work. It was something that you can do. I forgot what it was. I'm pretty sure it's something similar to that. But yeah, so just go to Google and get that copyright. This little symbol there. And that is the footer. That's it. We don't have to do anything else to the footer. It looks nice. Alright, so there are a few changes that we do have to do before we start the wish list. I just want to get all of that stuff knocked out, so that way once after the wish list is done, we can just end this video and tune in to the back end. So let's fix up this section here. I actually did some content for it for my project. Let me go to it. Features. All right, cool. So this should be pretty easy to do. Let's head over to features, and we're going to import a bunch of icons. I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste from here. Move my mic up some, and we'll keep the battery icon. Alright, so we're going to import BS battery charging, IO color palette, AI fill GIF, AI fill safety certificate, RI wireless charge and fill, and FA reg light bulb. So pause the video and just import all of these from React icons, and make sure you guys are putting the /RI/AI. I'm not sure if there's like a faster way to, or a better way to like import all of this at once. Probably is, but this is how I've been doing it. So yeah, let's go ahead to each one. So battery life stays the same, but I actually came up with some content for it. Some instead of lorem, we actually did some stuff for it. So charge, I don't know why this is like that. All right, so craft it with precision. Our Moonlamp radiates soft ambient lights and lasts for hours on a single charge. All right, so I think that looks nice there. And battery life stays the same. And I think I changed the size of the icon as well. So let's do size 25, like that. Make the icon a little bit bigger. All right, cool. And let's go to the second one. The second one is, instead of battery life, we use 16 color variations. 16 color variations, like that. And this icon is our IO color palette with the size of 25. All right, and we also got a little paragraph for this as well. Copy and paste it. Paste that in there. It's already looking better. All right, and for the third one, we did perfect gift. I don't know how that can be a feature, but I mean, it kind of is, you know, perfect gift. Perfect gift. And we used our AI fill gift with the size 25 as well. That, and copy over the paragraph of this. But just pause the video and type this in, or you guys can come up with your own little paragraph. It's not that big of a deal. All right, cool. So the left side's done. Let's do the right side. All right, child safety, and this icon is going to be our AI. What is it? AI safety certificate. AI fill safety certificate. And make sure you put the size 25. And this also has a little paragraph. They all do. I don't know why I keep saying it. All right, paste that in there. All right, let me move this. All right, and this one is 100% wireless. And the icon for this one is RI wireless charge and fill. And the size is going to be 25. All right. Copy over this. All right, last but not, wait, was that the last one? No, we missed one. There's one we missed. Okay, we missed this one here. I was about to say, hold on. Okay, we missed this one. So this lorem needs to go to this one. So the middle one is bright and dim modes. And this is going to be our light bulb. So FA light bulb, and then the size 25. And then let's copy this. Make sure I didn't get them mixed up here. Hold on. Oh, forgot to put the closing thing there. I was getting confused. All right, and then this one goes there. All right, cool. All right, so the feature should be done. Let's take a quick look once everything comes back. Nice, that looks amazing. That looks nice. All right, we're on our final stretch. We just gotta fix up the nav bar and then add our wish list, and then we'll be complete. I already started to give this video an edit, and it's already damn near 4 hours, man. I've been working on this video for, I want to say, a day and a half now. So yeah, this is a long one, I'm not gonna lie. So let's head over to our nav bar, and there's a few things we got to do in here. So let me just see, because a bunch of stuff here. So we want to import use effect, and underneath just our mobile menu handler function, we're going to do a use effect. Once the mobile menu is open, so we're going to do if open mobile menu. I'm going to do document dot body dot style dot overflow y at and then equals hidden, right? And then else is just going to be the same thing, but I believe we do sunset or auto, not sunset. So we do auto right here. All right, and we also need a dependency array, and it's just going to be open. We're gonna look out for that open mobile menu. All right, so let's test this out. Let's go ahead and resize our window and open. And as you can see, we cannot scroll, which is good. All right, so I'm gonna stay on the mobile screen for now. I'm just gonna probably just bring it up just now. We want to make a function to where the nav bar sticks to the top once we start scrolling, and that's really easy to do. We're going to do another use effect, and we're going to do a const handle scroll, and this is going to be an arrow function. And we're going to do if window. So once you do window, you can do dot, and there's a bunch of stuff auto completes with this. I only know a few. I'm gonna do scroll Y, so it's greater than 0. We want to set, oh, we forgot to add our state, so let's skip that part for now. Let's go ahead and add our state. Sorry, I'm gonna do const is scrolling, and then set is scrolling, and the default value for this is going to be false. All right, let me do that, put that here. All right, so inside of our use effect, so if window scroll Y is greater than 0, we're going to set is scrolling to true, and then else we're just going to obviously set is scrolling to false. All right, and then underneath, so I want to say 2 brackets down, still inside the use effect, we're going to do a window dot add event listener, and we're going to listen out for a scroll. So if it's a scroll, it's going to fire off our handle scroll function like that. All right, and we need to, because we're using use effect, if we don't have a return, I think it'll just keep firing this or something like that. So we want to return arrow function, and we're going to return a window dot remove event listener, and we're going to remove our scroll and our handle scroll function like that. And we also need a dependency array like that. All right, so with that, we won't see it working because now we have to render some stuff out conditionally. So for our nav bar, instead of py3, we're gonna remove this, and we're gonna do brackets, and we're gonna do backticks. And let me just make this a little bit bigger. And we're going to, like I said, I wanted the padding to be a little bit bigger. We're gonna do a py of 4 and a width of full. And now we're gonna render that out, render stuff out conditionally. So make sure you do $ and then brackets. And we do is scrolling. So if it's scrolling, if scrolling is true, our class name is going to be fixed, a top of 0, a BG of white, a shadow of LG, a Z of 10, and then else we just want it to be position relative like that. All right, so as you can see, we got our padding. So once we start scrolling, we should see that it works perfectly. And now we have that scroll, and that looks nice. So I was saying I wanted to change the color of the background of the nav menu. So that's this UL here, I believe. Let's see. Where are you at? BG background right here. So let's see how BG primary looks, or maybe BG secondary like that. See how that looks. Yeah, I think that looks so much better. And maybe do a text of white like that. All right, so a few more changes inside of our nav component. So we want the menu links to close once we click on them, and that's so easy to do. You just got to do add an on click to each one, and we're just going to have a function that set our open mobile menu to false like that. So once we click on shop, it should go ahead and close our mobile menu, which is what we want. So let's go ahead and copy this on click to each link. That one's good, that one, and that one. Nice. All right, so last but not least, we need to set up our navigation. So for shop, I'm actually thinking about switching these. So we got shop, more info. Let's change more info to features. Do features like that. I think that's what I put. And for this one, we did shop, so do pound shop. And for this one, we're gonna do pound facts. Actually, sorry, features for this one. Features. This one is going to be pound shop. And last but not least, contact. There we go. All right, so I think that is everything we need. I don't think it should move or anything. All right, cool. So let's head over to our global CSS. I know we haven't been in here since we started the project. There's one little thing we have to do here. So we're gonna do HTML, and we're gonna do scroll behavior smooth. So that way, once we click on a link, it's gonna be nice smooth effect instead of it jumping to the section. So now we need to add our sections actually as well. So go over to the contact, and we're gonna give this a ID of contact, and let's just test it out and see if it's working. Click on this. Oh, it just jumped. 1 second, let me contact. Okay. HTML scroll behavior smooth. I don't know why I just jumped like that. Let's see. That is weird. HTML. Maybe. I don't think that should work. It should be working, to be honest. Let's or maybe it don't work in mobile. Let's see. But it should work in mobile. Let's see if this works here. Yeah, it's just jumping now. That is weird. All right, well, guess we'll keep it like this for now. We'll come back and take a look at that. Let's go switch back to mobile view. Everything looks good on mobile. That we missed out on one little thing. You see how that one's small and the rest of them are big? So we gotta make sure we fix that. All right, so inside of contacts, we got contact facts. We're gonna do ID. Give this an ID of facts, and features. ID of features. And I believe that's it. Actually, for product, this has to have a class name of shop. ID of shop. Alright guys, so I decided that we save the wish list for next video, because after looking at the code, a lot of it kind of ties into the user, and we don't have authentication yet. We don't have our backend yet, or none of that. So I think it's best to save that for next video when we add the backend, authentication, Prisma, Railway, and all of that stuff. Because you can't have a wish list unless you're signed in or signed up. So we definitely need to add that next video. But we do have a few more changes we had to do to this. I want to change this because this button's a little bit too big on mobile. So let's head over to there. Let me open it up on my, I don't know why I didn't have. All right, so we're just gonna add MD to this padding, this PY10, and MD to this one. And now we're gonna set up a different padding. So we're gonna do a PY 5 pixels and a PX of 10 pixels, like that. And I think that looks better on mobile. Let's take a look. Once hit refresh. Nice. Okay, so yeah, so that's really it guys for this project. Well, the front end. Next video, maybe give it maybe like 4 or 5 days. That's when I'm gonna drop the back end. I just gotta record it. I don't know how long that's gonna take, but I'm sure it won't take 4 hours, because we got everything laid out. We got our cart, we got Stripe payment. We got Stripe already set up. We just got add payments, and we got our layout and everything. So back end shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you guys for tuning in to this long video. Hopefully you guys followed along and got the same results. And check out the backend to make this a complete full stack project. Alright guys, so first thing we're going to do is add our authentication. We'll be using Clerk for this, so head over to clerk.com and sign up. I already got an account, so I'm gonna head over to my dashboard and then click on add application. And here you can customize your sign-in screen. So we'll be using username, Google, Facebook, and you can add more if you want. It makes it so easy to add authentication. I think that's about it. So Google, Facebook, and username. And you can name your application. I'm gonna name this Moonlamp, even though I already got two named Moonlamp already. And I'm gonna create. And then here you get your next public publishable key, and you get your client clerk secret key. You want to go ahead and copy those. Then head over to your code editor and head to env.local and just paste these in. Alright, but you want to make sure you keep these secret. I'm gonna delete mine right after this video is uploaded. So I think that's about it for now. We can head over to, we can actually try to think. We actually got to install Clerk as well. So let's go to the docs. So continue to docs, and they got some really good documentation. So if you guys want to read about it and learn more about Clerk, highly suggest it. Let's head over to this. We copy this, head over to our code. And for some reason my backticks don't work on my new keyboard for some reason. I don't know why. What's going on? I'm going to paste that in there, and I'm actually just going to minimize this like this. Actually, I'm gonna keep it like that. You shouldn't need it that much. All right, so let that go. And now it says we have to mount our Clerk provider. So let's head over to our layout for this. So app, and then inside of our layout, it's saying that we have to import Clerk provider from Clerk and Next.js. So let's go ahead and import that. Import Clerk provider. All right. And now it says we have to wrap our whole entire application with this Clerk provider. So even the HTML. So you're gonna do Clerk provider, and we're gonna wrap everything inside of this. Paste that. There we go. All right, cool. So that's that. And now keep scrolling down. Now it says we have to add our middleware to protect our application. So inside our root, we're just going to go ahead and create a file, and it's going to be called middleware.ts. And we could just copy this here and paste this in there. We might have to come back to this later because we're going to have to add some ignored routes and some other things inside of this middleware. But for now, we can just keep it like this. Let's go ahead and close out of that. And we could close out of our layout as well and our env.local. All right, so now we're about to build our sign up and sign in pages. So to do this, we're going to head over to our app and create a folder, and we're going to do parentheses, and we're going to name it auth like this. All right, and then inside this is where we're going to have all our authentication, our sign up and sign in pages. So I'm going to do auth, and inside I'm going to do another folder, and it's going to be called sign up. Oh, sorry. All right, so sign dash, I can't see my keyboard, sign dash up, and then we have another one, and it's going to be called sign in. Sign dash in. All right, so instead of, normally you'll just add a page to this, so you'll do sign in and then you have a page.tsx. That's how routing works in Next.js, but they want you to add this little extra folder here. So inside the sign in, I'm gonna do another folder, and this is going to be double brackets, and it's going to be ... sign and sign dash in, and then close the brackets. It's gonna be .tsx. Like that. I think it's like that, or maybe. Oh no, so you don't have to put .tsx. Sorry. So rename this. Rename. It lets me. Well, let's just delete it. Alright, move the trash. Alright, so it's inside the sign in. Create another folder, and it's gonna be brackets sign -in, and then close the brackets like that. And then same for the sign up. Sign -up, and then close the brackets like that. All right, and now inside of these folders, this is where we're gonna have our page. Let me go ahead and click on that, make sure I'm clicked on it, and do a file, and this is where we're gonna have our page .tsx. All right, and same for this one, our page .tsx. All right, cool. Keep scrolling down. Now we could just copy this. This is the sign up. I'm gonna paste that in there. So that is for sign up, and then for our sign in, I'll copy this one and then paste it there. And now we could just test it. Actually, so we can update the environment variables. So this is basically our sign-in URL, and then our after sign-in URL. So we want to copy these, so after we sign in, it'll send us directly back to the home page. So let's copy that and head back over to our env.local, and just make some space because we're going to be having some more stuff in here. I'm just gonna put this at the bottom there like that, and I believe that's it. We'll be using this user button as well here in a second. So let's test this out. Let's go ahead and start our server. All right, so as soon as we go to our website, we're presented with the sign-in page. We're gonna change this later to where, you know, you can go to the website and have the option to sign in and sign up. But for now, let's go ahead and sign in. I'm gonna sign in with Facebook. And it's gonna make me create a username. So I'm gonna name mine Hydros. Used to be my old Xbox gamer tag. And now we're at our home page, and so we're currently signed in. Head back over to Clerk and head over to users. I'm gonna give it a refresh, and we have our first user. So that's our user. We get a username, the date that the user joined, and we even get access to the last time they signed in. And I believe we actually get more as well. Like we get a, you know, user ID and all that stuff in the back end that we'll be using for like our API routes and all of that. So now I say we head over to the nav bar and fix this nav bar up a little bit. Add, you know, a login sign in button, and also once the user sign in, we're gonna have a little image there. And the cool thing about Clerk is that you get access to this user button. And you can, it's amazing, man. It's like magic. So you add it to your website and you get access to all of this stuff. You get the user get the ability to change his username, the ability to change the email and all of that stuff, the last time they signed in, the devices they signed in on. So let's go ahead and do that. And now, all right, so head over to the navbar component, and we'll be switching this up a bit. I say we go ahead and just import everything we're going to be using. So first thing, let's go ahead and remove these BS cart 4 and BS fill back heart fill imports from React icons, because we'll be using different icons. I found better looking ones. I'm going to paste that in there. So we'll be using AI outline shopping cart, AI outline heart, and AI outline user. All right, and also we're going to import link from Next.js. We already did that. And I'm getting an error for some reason. Let's see, BS cart 4. Oh, it's because, just ignore that for now. Because we changed the imports, I forgot. All right, so we got link. We got all of that. I think that's about it. That's the only thing. Actually, we got to do some Clerk imports. I'm gonna do Clerk import. And here we're going to import user button. This is that button I've been telling you about. It's like magic, man. User button. And we also going to import our use user from Clark as well. Actually, can't we just do both of them in one? I don't know why I did two of them. So use button and use user, like that. All right, nice. All right, so anywhere inside of our navbar function, we could just go ahead and do our little user thing. So right under, let's do it underneath this cart store. It's just so much code, it's kind of confusing. So we're gonna do a const, and we're gonna do is signed in, and we're also gonna do user as well, and this is going to equal our use user, like that. All right, so now we have access to if the user signed in just with that. There's actually another way to do this as well, but I'm not sure how to do it yet. All right, so let's go down here and change our imports. So this is going to be our AI. This is going to be AI cart, shopping cart, and this is going to be AI outline. Go ahead and save that. Let's see how that looks. Refresh. All right. And we're also going to switch up our logo as well. So this logo is a little bit too big. We're going to change the size of the logo. But yeah, I think those look way better. So instead of 200 for the width, we're going to do 150. And also for the height, 150. Well, switch that, and I think that looks so much better. All right, nice. All right, so we also going to add another link, but we haven't created this page yet. So let's copy one of these LIs. I'm going to copy this one, and I'm just going to paste it at the bottom here. And this link is going to be called My Orders. So this is going to give the user the ability to track, you know, their orders, the orders that they made and stuff. And for the href for now, it's just gonna be home, because we didn't create this page yet. All right, I'm just trying to get everything nice. So, all right, so we got my orders, and now we want to render out that user button. So we want the user button to render out if the user signed in, obviously. So let's head down underneath this div here, this AI outline heart. We're gonna render stuff out conditionally. So we're gonna do, so if the user is not signed in, so is signed in. So if the user is not signed in, we're gonna render out our 8. Let's do link. Let's do a link tag. Link. Alright, and this is going to take a href, and the href is going to be sign in, sign-in, and this is going to render out our AI outline user, like that, and the size is going to be 25. Size 25. I don't know why I made this 25, and we're getting an error here. Oh, we got to do it else, that's why. All right, so if we're not signed in, it's going to render out our AI outline user, but when we are signed in, this is where we're going to render out our user button. Let's do a div, and in here is going to be our user button, like this. All right, so now watch this beautiful magic come to life. Loading, and now we have access to our user button, and once you click on it, you get to manage your account, you can sign out. So once you click manage account, it kind of takes over your whole entire website. It's crazy, man. It's like magic. You could change your username, so I can change my username if I want to. Change your email. You can actually add an email address as well. You can add connected accounts. So if I want to connect my Google account, I can. And that's cool. Security, you can set my password, and it also shows the devices that you signed into. It's crazy, man. It's cool. All right, so there we go. So now we have our user, and we're signed in. So let's go ahead and sign out. But I wonder if I sign out, it's just going to direct me to sign back in. And I'm trying to see why that's happening. I'm thinking it's because of the middleware, but let's give this a shot. Let's go ahead and sign out. And as you can see, it's making us sign back in. So let's go to localhost 3000 right quick. So yeah, we're getting, okay. All right, so I think let's head over to the middleware. And I want to go ahead and go over to my middleware. And I'm gonna go ahead and paste this in there. So we got ignored routes and public routes. I don't know if this is gonna make a change, but we'll see. All right, so it's some crazy gibberish. This is all in the docs. So ignored routes, and you do slash parentheses, and it just copy this, okay? And let's see if that works. I'm gonna head back over to localhost 3000. That probably won't work. Let's see though. Yeah, it's making a sign, right? Okay, yeah, it's making a sign back in, so I don't think it's that. Maybe it's something to do with our but still make sure you guys copy this this ignore routes. What I'll do is probably have this inside of like a notes inside of the description. Let's head over to env.local and head down here. After sign in, I wonder why it's making us sign right in. But as you can see, we do get access to that user tab right there. So let's just go ahead and sign in, and we'll fix this later. Don't want to waste time trying to figure that out. All right, so now say we get our database started. So head over to prisma.io and click on quick start. Head down. We already got TypeScript installed. We can skip those steps, and we want this here, this npm prisma. So I'm gonna head over here, head back over to my code, and close out the code editor. Close out this server. I'm gonna paste that in here. All right. So once that's done, we want to do a prisma init, npx prisma init, like that. And now once we do that, we should see a folder inside of our root named prisma, and it comes with a schema as well. So we're going to need our database URL, and we are using Postgres with Railway. So head over to Railway, sign up, and click on start new project. Click on provision Postgres, and give this a minute. Okay, so once it creates, you want to head over, you want to click it and head over to settings, actually connect, sorry, and copy this database URL. So instead of putting this inside of env.local, we're going to put this inside of our env file. Oh, so it already made it. Nice. So once you did prisma init, it creates this env file for you, so we can remove all these comments. Looks weird like that. And we're just going to copy our database URL in here, like that. Alright, I'm not sure if we have to put this in quotes or not, but leave it like this for now. Let's make sure. Let's go back here. Yeah, we shouldn't have to. All right, so we got a database URL, and now we have to get our schema correct. But before we do that, actually, we can test and see if the database is working. I think we can. Let's go ahead and try it out. So let's do a npx prisma migrate dev. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, it's saying that it doesn't have a valid URL. I think we have to put it in quotes like that. Database URL. Let me just make sure. UNV. Yeah, I don't think we have to. Yeah, we shouldn't have to. One Postgres. Let's just make sure that's the right one. Connect. Database. Recopy it, and paste it again. Oh, so it wasn't. It was. Okay, there we go. All right, now let's try it. Let's do it. npx prisma migrate dev, and it's working. Once you see that database DB, so it's gonna take a second. Let's see. And while that's going, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the schema that we have to write. All right. So we get an error because we don't have anything in here, I guess. Let's see, data. So yeah, you can see it made a Prisma migration folder. All right, so yeah, we don't have anything inside of our schema. I think that's why it's doing that. But just to be safe, let's do it npx prisma generate. npx prisma generate. All right, so that didn't do anything either. All right, so let's write some stuff inside of our schema. I think that's why it's happening. I'm gonna get rid of this comment up here. And all right. So a schema, I don't know how to explain this, but a schema is basically you're setting up your tables and your rows inside of your database. So we're gonna have a table, or I guess a row named orders. I'm gonna do model orders, and this is gonna have an ID, and you could just put space. It'll once you save it, it's gonna auto format. So do space, and this is going to be a string. So we're going to take in an ID. It's going to be string, and then do another space. I'm going to do at ID. I'm going to do at default, and this is going to take in our CUID like that. All right. So we're going to take in the ID with our orders, and we're also going to take in our user ID. User ID. Do a space. It's going to be a string as well. All right, and we also take the amount. We have amount, and this is going to be a float like that. And I believe float is like I forgot what float means. Maybe it shows you. Forgot what that means. So float. We're also going to do a currency, and this is going to be a string. And we're going to do a status. This is going to be a string as well. And we're going to do created date. And this is going to be a date, time. We also got to do a default of now, like that. All right. And then we're going to do a payment intent ID. Payment intent ID. And this is also going to be a string. And we're going to do a question mark because it might not be a string. And we're going to do a unique because we want every payment ID to be unique. And we're going to do products. And this is going to be our order product, our array. We haven't made that yet. So once we save, you'll see that it auto formats for you. So that's our orders. And now we want our model product. Model product. And in here, we're going to take our ID. It's going to be a string. It's going to be the same thing as the top. We're going to do it at ID, at default. And we're going to do ID, like that. And we're gonna take a name, and this is gonna be a string. We'll take our unit amount, unit underscore amount. It's going to be float, and our orders is going to come from that order product array, like that. All right, so we're getting an error with this one for some reason. ID string at ID default cu. Okay, we got too many parentheses in there, like that. All right, so that's that. And now we need to make this order product model. We're gonna do a model, and this is basically just everything coming together. Model order product. We're gonna do order ID. This is going to be a string, and we're going to do a map, and we're going to map our order dash ID, like that. Don't feel bad if you don't know what any of this stuff means. It's just setting up our database. Still kind of learning all this stuff as well. So we map in our order ID, and we're going to do a product ID. This is going to be a string. And this also is going to map our product ID at map, and it's going to be product dash ID. Actually, it's underscore. Maybe that's why we're getting that error. Underscore and underscore, like that. Whoa, I just like auto completed everything, but that's not what we need. All right, so product ID, and we also going to take in our quantity. I always spell quantity wrong for some reason. It'll be int integer, and we're gonna do our order, and it's going to be orders at relation. And it's gonna have a relation with our fields, so it's gonna say fields, and it's gonna have a relation with our order ID. And references is going to have with our ID, like that. All right, so we can actually copy this here, copy that, and we're going to paste it again, and we're going to change this to product, like that, and change this to product, and this is going to have a relation with our product ID. Product ID, and references is going to be ID as well. And then hopefully the errors go away after we do this. We're going to do two @ symbols. We're going to do ID, and then do parentheses, and we're going to do order ID, comma, product ID, like that. All right, so we are still getting some errors. Let's see what is up. We did something wrong here. So let's see the error. Oh, we got an M there. It's supposed to be a comma. All right, there we go. All right, so that's it. Normally these schemas are way longer. For my e-commerce, my first e-commerce site, I believe the schema was probably, I want to say maybe like 100 something lines. I took user. But we have clerk, keeping track of our users and stuff. So all we need is this user ID inside of our database. So yeah, so that's really it. So what we need to do now is head back over to our terminal, and we're gonna do an npx prisma migrate dev. All right, so enter a name for your new migration. I always just do test, because most likely we'll be running this code again. All right, so once that finish, we head back over to Railway, and we see our models. So we got our order product, and in here we're taking our order ID, our product ID, and our quantity. And then same with our orders. We're taking ID, username, amount, status, and created date. And then our product, we're taking our ID, name, and unit amount. All right, so now say we make some changes to our store. So head over to store and use cart store. And I'm gonna go ahead and start our server just in case we get any errors. npm run dev. And I'm going to refresh that. We can keep our database open because we're going to be coming here and check some stuff here in a few. And let me go ahead and open up our store over in this monitor. And we just got a few changes to make to it, a few additions. All right, so for our cart state, so right underneath our remove product, we're gonna add a few more. We're gonna add payment intent. Payment intent. And once you add something, it's going to error out everything at the bottom, but we'll fix all of that. So payment intent, and this is going to be a string. And we're also going to do a on checkout. And this is also going to be a string. And we're also going to do a set payment intent. Set payment intent. And this is going to take a value, which is going to be a string, and it's going to return void. That. And this is just TypeScript. TypeScript stuff. So if you guys didn't install TypeScript at the beginning, you guys don't have to do this. And we're going to do set checkout. Set checkout. And this is going to take the same exact thing. It's take a value, and it's going to be a string, and it's going to return void like that. All right, so I believe that's it. Actually, we go into clear cart as well. Do clear cart, and this is just going to, it's not going to take anything. It's just going to be just return void like that. All right, so I believe that's it. Let me just make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, perfect. So we got all of our cart state. So now down here, we got to start, we got to set our state, and then we got to do our change in state as well. So is open. So that's the initial state. We also going to have a payment intent, and the initial state with this is just going to be empty quotes like that because it's taking in a string, and that's going to be like our payment intent ID. And then on checkout, it's just gonna, the default is going to be cart like that. All right, and I think we add a comma here. All right, so that's all our initial state. I believe that's all we need. So now underneath our remove product, we're going to have some more stuff here. Let me just make sure I get this right. All right, so right here. All right, so we're gonna do a set payment intent, and like I said, it's gonna take in a value, and it's gonna return set. And this is going to return our, just make sure I get this right. This is going to return, so I'm going to do parentheses and do brackets. It's going to return our payment intent val like that. All right, I believe that's right. I'm not sure. Let me just make sure. I should just probably just copy it from here. Paste it here just so I can get it right. So yeah, set payment intent. I'm taking a value and return set, and then payment intent and our value like that. And then we also gonna do a set checkout the same exact way. So do set checkout. It's also gonna do val, do set, double parentheses, do set, arrow, parentheses, brackets, and this is gonna do on checkout val like that. All right, so that's our own checkout, and now we need our clear cart, and this will be easy. We just want to do clear. I think we gotta add a comma. That's why it's not auto completing. Clear cart, and this isn't taking any value, so it's gonna be empty, and it's just gonna return set double brackets state arrow, and it's just gonna return our cart, our empty cart. So it's gonna be empty and array like that. And I believe that's it. We're getting some errors. All right, so the errors just went away out of nowhere. I didn't change anything. Sometimes Zoostan takes some time to get rid of all of the errors. What you can do is, I found like a little trick. So if you go at the top and just type in like a random character, you see that the errors are there, and just delete it. Sometimes that fixes all of the errors. But yeah, so everything looks good in there. So our store is complete, our used car store. We should not have to go back in this file, this whole entire the rest of this project. So now I say we go ahead and create our API routes. So inside of the root, we're going to create a folder, and it's going to be called pages. And then inside of here, we're going to have another folder. It's going to be called API. And this is where we're going to have our API routes. So we want one that says create dash payment intent like that, and it's going to be .ts. All right, so that's going to be our API route, and I'm actually just going to try to think. I'm actually going to just close out of this for now. Inside of our app, we're going to create our rest of our components as well. So we're going to create a file. It's going to be checkout.tsx, and we also going to do checkout form.tsx, and that's it for now. All right, so let's head over to our cart. And now, since we inside of our store, we did this set checkout, and the default is cart. So on checkout is cart. So we need to we can render stuff out now inside of our cart. So once our checkout equals to checkout, our on checkout is checkout, we can render some stuff out. So let's head over to, it's going to all make sense here in a second. I suck at explaining things, I do apologize. So inside of our cart, let me go ahead and open this here, and app, and do cart. All right, cool. So now we can start render stuff out, you know, with our on checkout. So we don't want our products to show once we hit checkout. So let's go and add it to cart. As you can see, our product's there, but once we click checkout, we're going to be inside of our checkout. So we don't want these products to show. So we're actually going to copy all of this, even the fragment as well, all the way to right here. All right, all the way to our total, and we're going to do brackets, and then we're going to render this out conditionally. So we're going to do cart store dot on checkout. So if our on checkout equals cart, that's when we want to render this. So we do the and symbol and do parentheses. And make sure you add a parentheses down here as well. So now that's gonna render only when our checkout is on cart. Okay. And now underneath this is our cart empty. So we want this to only render out when our cart length is less than 0. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. We want that. So that's what we want. But we also want this to render once our checkout is equal to cart as well. We don't want this here once we enter our checkout. So we're going to do cart length -1, and we're also going to do the and I'm going to do cart store dot on checkout. So we want that to equal to cart as well. All right. We only want that to render out once our checkout is equal to cart. I've been saying that for like said it at least 20 times already. All right. So now our checkout button. So we want this to render out the same exact way. So we only want this checkout button to render out when our checkout is equal to cart. So we're going to do cart store dot on checkout, and this is going to equal to cart. All right. So you're probably wondering, how do we change this on checkout? So right now we're in cart. Our on checkout is equal to cart, and I believe we can check it inside of our application. So click on application, and as you see, cart store. So we get the cart. So our cart is empty. Is open is false. Payment intent is empty, and our on checkout is cart. So you're probably wondering, how do we change that? So to change that, we're actually going to use this button, this checkout button, and we're going to add an on click to this. So let's add some space. Let me just scroll down a little bit. I'm going to do on click, and this is going to return our cart store dot set checkout to checkout. Yeah, checkout, like that. All right. So now once we click on this, let's add something to the cart. All of this should disappear. There we go. Because now we're on, now our on checkout is equal to cart. I mean to checkout. Let's go ahead and look at this cart store. So on checkout is equal to checkout, and we got our cart, and inside of our cart we got our wireless Moonlamp. So now we want to render this. We want to render our payment form here. So that's why we got rid of all of those things. So now you're probably wondering, how the hell do I go back to cart? So to do that, you just go to inspect for now. So let's go to application and just delete the cart store like that, and just give it a refresh, and that should change our on checkout back to cart. All right, I believe so. Let's see, add to cart. Yeah, so now we're back to cart. All right, so cool. So now we want to render out some of this stuff conditionally. So we got our checkout and we got our checkout form. Let's go ahead and export them. So somebody told me about a new snippet, SFC. It's not working. It's a S, because I use REFE. Maybe it's FCE. AFC. I'm trying this new snippet that somebody recommended, because when I do this snippet here, I always delete import from React, and I guess that was triggering some people. So I'm gonna go ahead and just continue doing it, because obviously that other snippet isn't working. We're gonna export all of these and head back over to our cart, and right underneath this null, we're gonna render some stuff out conditionally. So we want cart store. Sorry, my ring just went off. Cart store dot on checkout. So if that equals to checkout, we want to render out. So we're gonna do the and we're gonna render out our checkout component like that. All right. All right, cool. And we also going to create another component actually, and this is going to be order success .tsx. All right, and let's go ahead and export that as well, and head back over to our cart. And now we're gonna do the same exact thing, but instead of checkout, it's gonna equal success. So cart store dot on checkout. So if this equals to success, that's when we want to render out our success page. So order success like that. All right, so let's test out this checkout one. So once we click checkout, we should just see checkout there. And for now, since we don't have any ways to go back for now, go ahead and actually we can add a way to go back right quick. And I think we're gonna actually keep this here as well. So we're gonna render out a button to go back to the store. So for example, if you click checkout and you want to say, oh, I want to add another one, you can go back and add another one, then click checkout again. So you want the ability to do that. So trying to see where we're gonna put this. So right underneath, let's see, where's that button at? Where's the, okay, here's the back to store button here. So yeah, I guess we can do it right underneath here. We're gonna do brackets, and we do cart store dot on checkout. So this equals checkout. We want to render out a button, parentheses, and we can do a button, and this button is going to have an on click. And this is going to set our cart store dot set checkout to cart. All right, and the button is just going to say back to cart. All right, so once we click on this, you see it goes back to cart, and once we click checkout, we are on checkout. Back to cart, we're on cart. So that's what we want, and we can style this up a bit. Let's give it a class name of text small and a font of bold, and also a padding bottom of 12, like that. Alright, I don't know what there we go. I was about to say, I don't know how the padding bottom didn't work. Alright, so nice. So now I say we actually work on our checkout form. That's going to be fun. We're going to be using Stripe checkout form for that, and let's do that now. All right, so head over to our checkout form component. Before we start writing any of the code, we got to install some more Stripe packages. So if you head over to our package.json, we have Stripe installed, but we need to install Stripe.js. So just copy this code. Let me go ahead and open up my terminal. All right, paste that in there. Oh, wrong thing. Control C. Let's just clear it actually. That worked. Clear. All right, and let's copy this code again. Paste it in there. All right, so now we have Stripe.js, and I believe that's all we need. So go ahead and close out of our package.json, and let's start fixing up this form. All right, so we won't be able to see this form yet because we got to work on our checkout component. Because if you look at our cart, when on checkout equals checkout, that's when our checkout component shows. So this checkout form is going to be a part of this checkout component. So we're just going to build out the form first, and then we'll add it to our checkout. So there's a few imports we got to do. We got to import load Stripe, and this is all going to come from Stripe.js, and also Stripe payment. Stripe elements, elements options, like that. All right, And we also going to import elements, and this is also actually, this can just go inside of this package, the top package. So elements as well, elements that. Alright, and I don't know why it's not showing, right? Oh, okay, so that makes sense. So we actually got to install another package. We got to install, so we installed Stripe.js. We got to install React. So let's we can just type in, actually it's right here. So let's copy this and go back to our terminal and paste that inside. All right, close that. So this elements is going to come from Stripe dash React Stripe.js. So import elements. There we go. All right, and we also going to import our use cart store. Use cart store, and use state and use effect. Use state and also use effect. All right, and also use router. Import use router. This is going to come from Next.router, and also use clerk. And this is going to come from our clerk. All right. So I'm trying to think, should we do this now or should we do the checkout? We probably should do checkout first. Now I'm looking at the code. So to keep these imports, and let's actually go over to checkout. Because I think that would be better, and I think you guys will understand it better if we do this first. Yeah. So yeah, I say we do this first. All right. So checkout. Oh wait. Out form. Ah, do you want to know something funny? So these imports was for checkout. So just copy this and cut it and then put it inside of our checkout like that. So yeah, that was for checkout. All right, cool. And we also going to import our checkout form. All right, and I believe that's it for now. So let's go start getting stuff together. So before our checkout function, we're gonna do a cons stripe promise, and this is going to equal the load stripe, and this is just loading our publishable key from Stripe. It's gonna be process dot env dot next underscore next underscore public Stripe publishable key. All right, and to get rid of that TypeScript error, just put an exclamation point like that. All right, cool. So all right, so inside of our function, we're going to do a cons router, and this is just going to equal use router like that. And this is just a hook to listen out for events, routing events. And then we also want to do a cons cart store, and this is going to equal our use cart store. All right, and we used that before already, so I don't got to explain that. And then we also going to use cons user. We also use this as well. This is just grabbing a user from use clerk. That way we can grab the user ID. All right, so we did all that, and now we got to set some state. We're going to do a cons, and it's going to be client secret, and set client set client secret, and it's going to be use state, and the default value is going to be this empty quotations. All right, and this is just holding our client ID. State just holding our client ID or client secret, sorry. All right, so now we're going to do a use effect so we can make an API call to our create payment intent. So we're going to do a use effect, and it's going to be arrow function. All right, so in here we're going to do a const create payment intent. All right, and this is going to equal a async function, async arrow function. I probably should have just used a snippet. All right, so we're gonna do a try catch. I know it's a little bit old school. I think there's actually a better way to do this without using use effect, but it's the only way I found out. This is the only way that I know how to do it. So we're gonna do a try, and in here we're gonna do a const user ID, and this is going to equal user.id, and we will get a TypeScript error because user ID can be null. So just put a question marker like that to get rid of that. All right, and underneath this, we're going to make the API call to our payment intent now. So we're going to do a const response, and this is going to equal await fetch. I'm going to fetch that API. So just going to be /API /create payment intent. All right, we're fetching that, and when we fetch it, we want to make a post request. So make sure you put a comma actually. So still inside of this fetch. So right after this, we're gonna put a comma, and then we're gonna do a post. So we're gonna do a method, and then post like that, all caps, comma, and we need some headers. And in here, our content type, content type is going to be application /JSON, like that. All right, and now our body. So we got our method, we got our headers, and now we need our body. Our body is going to be JSON.stringify, and we're gonna do items. It's going to be our cart store.cart, our cart, and we're also going to send over our payment intent ID. So payment intent ID, and this is going to be our cart store dot payment intent. All right, and make sure you put a comma, and then we're also going to send over our user ID, and that is going to just be user ID. All right, cool. So we're getting an error, and let's see why. I think because of this we need a comma there. All right, cool. All right, so now we need to handle various scenarios just in case, you know, we're unable to send a post request to this. So underneath this one here, I believe it's this bracket there, we're going to do a if. So if our response dot status equals 403, we just want our router dot push. We want to push just our home page, push our home page there, or we probably should push sign in maybe. But then again, what if we're already logged in? So yeah, just push our home page, our index, and then we'll just return after that. All right. And then after this if, we're gonna do another if. So if response is not okay, response dot okay, we're gonna throw an error as well. So we're gonna throw new error, and you can have this say whatever you want, to be honest, but I'm just gonna do network response is not okay, fam. So it's not okay. All right. And then so that's just handling scenarios just in case we can't send a post request to there. So after this if, we're gonna do a const data, and this is just going to await our response .json. Make sure you put parentheses like that. And now we're gonna check the response has like the expected data structure that we want. So right after this this const data, we're gonna do if data and data dot payment intent. We're going to set our client secret to our data dot payment intent. Here's the thing, dot client secret as well. Dot client, we're gonna do underscore secret like that. All right. And then after this, we're gonna do we're gonna store our payment ID inside of our cart store. So we're gonna do a cart store dot set payment intent to our data dot payment intent dot ID. All right. And just trying to make sure I did all this right. And then we're going to, so that's if our data and our data that payment intent. Now we need an else. Gonna do else. We can just do a console dot error. Console dot error. And we could just do like unexpected. Unexpected. Probably spelled that wrong. Data structure. All right. And since we did a try, that's why we're getting this error here. We need to do a catch. So right after this else, underneath this one, we're gonna have a catch. So we're gonna do a catch, and we're just gonna catch our error like that. And you can do whatever you want to here. I'm just gonna do a console dot error and just do like there was a problem. There was a problem. And you could just show the error like this. There was a problem, and then do a comma and then do error. So we can show the error just in case, because we might run into some errors, man. It's the only thing. All right, so I did something wrong here. All right, so I just had an extra bracket. Let me just go back to show you guys. So I had an extra bracket right there. I just removed it and it got rid of the errors. All right, so that is our create payment intent function to fetch our create payment intent API. We're gonna have some more logic go in there as well. But before we go to there, we want a little bit more code here. We want to do, I actually wanted to show you guys this. So let's head over to, let's type in Stripe payment elements. Maybe this is it. So here it shows you how to, you know, get this checkout form rendered on your website in their docs. It's really easy to do. You guys can check out the docs here. We'll be going with, I believe we're going with this. I think it's this one here, or maybe it's just this one. I think tabs. That's one we went with. And all you do is you get your options, your appearance. You can do dark, you can do light. It's pretty cool. Highly recommend reading over the documents so you guys can understand it better. So let's go ahead and do that now. We're gonna do cons, options, and it's going to be stripe, elements, options, and in here we're going to take our client secret, and also we're going to do appearance, and our theme is going to be stripe. I should do a comma, and labels is going to be floating. So I don't think we're doing tab. I think we're doing floating. All right, floating. All right, let me just make sure. Tabs. There's a bunch of stuff in here. All right, so now we need to do some JSX. So let's do that, and we're gonna do a div. I don't know why that didn't autocomplete. There we go. And now we're going to render our checkout form component only if the client secret is available. All right. So conditional rendering. You do this a lot in React. So we're going to do client secret, and we're going to do in. We're going to render out our checkout form. But we can't just put checkout form like this. Checkout form. And we can't just do that. We gotta wrap this checkout form inside of our elements. So we gotta wrap it with elements like that. All right. And this elements, it takes props. It takes our options. And that's just going to equal options. And it also takes a stripe promise, which is going to be our stripe promise. So it takes our publishable key. And that's it for that. But we also have to send our checkout form our client secret. Client secret. And that is going to equal client secret. All right, cool. We're getting the error. Oh, it's because we're not receiving a prop inside of the checkout form. All right, so now I say we actually work on this create payment intent API page, and then work on a checkout form, because this won't work until we get that until that create payment intent file is made. Because if you look up here, we're fetching the create payment intent. So I say we go ahead and do that now. All right, so before we start writing any code inside of our create payment intent, we're actually going to head down to the utils and create a file called prisma.ts. So this is all inside of the docs as well, Prisma docs. So what we're going to do is create an instance for Prisma. You can create multiple instances in your components, but if you do that, you'll start getting like some errors. And to prevent that, we're just going to create one instance inside of our utils and just call it inside of our components. So to do this, we're going to do an import, and we're going to do, this is going to be Prisma client, and we're going to do a const global for Prisma, and this is going to equal global this was already autocomplete as unknown. This is all inside of the docs. I didn't come up with any of this. And we're going to do Prisma and do Prisma client, And this is going to, it could be undefined as well. So just do undefined like that. All right, and we need to export this. We're gonna do an export const Prisma, and this is going to equal global for Prisma dot Prisma, 2 question marks, and new Prisma client like that. All right, and then underneath this, we're gonna do an if process.env dot node underscore env is not equal to production like that, and then we're just going to do a global for Prisma dot Prisma equals Prisma. So like I said, all this is in the docs. I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand what this is doing. I just know that we're creating, actually I do, we're creating a instance for Prisma instead of creating it inside of our components every single time, because if we do that, like I said, it's just going to cause an error that's saying that we're creating too many Prisma instances. So this just created one time, and then now we head over to our create payment intent, and this one's pretty long. I'm gonna try to explain it the best I can. So let's go ahead and get started. So we're gonna go ahead and import Stripe from Stripe, and we're gonna import Prisma. So that Prisma file we just made from our utils. So Prisma, maybe if I just write it like this, Prisma. Okay, so it's not auto completed. That sucks. So let's do Prisma like that, and it's going to be from @/utils/Prisma, and then we're gonna also import, I think that's it for now. So now we're gonna initialize the Stripe client again, but instead of it taking our publishable key, it's gonna take our secret key. So we're gonna do a const Stripe, and it's gonna equal new Stripe, and now it's going to take our process.env .stripe underscore secret underscore key, and just to get rid of that TypeScript error, we're going to do exclamation points, and we're going to do a comma. And here, this is also in the docs as well, you got to do an API version when you're doing this. So we're gonna do API version, and the API version is 22. It auto completes, so it's 2022 November 15th. All right, so that's that. So we got our Stripe key, and now I say we go ahead and make a function to calculate our total order, the total for our order. So we're gonna do a const calculate order amount, and this is going to equal items. It's going to take items, and it's going to return. It's going to return items dot reduce. So is that reduce method that I was talking about? I'm just gonna take ACC, and actually we could probably, because we have our total here as well, so this is doing the exact same thing. So we could go ahead and just import total price, but we'll just type it out for now, and then maybe later on we'll come back. So I guess we can just go ahead and probably just copy this, go total price, and it's going to return. It's going to return this. Yeah, we'll just type it out. I think it's a little bit different actually. So ACC and then item like that. We're going to do ACC plus item dot unit amount, and then it's going to times it by our item dot quantity, and also do the little exclamation points because they're going to get some errors, TypeScript errors. And then we're going to do comma 0. All right, so we are getting some errors, and those are just TypeScript errors. To get rid of those, we can just go ahead and just do import. I believe we can just do cart type, and this can just equal to our cart type, and it's going to be an array. But I got rid of those. All right, and now we're going to create a function that manage our payment intent. So we're going to make a function that either updates it, or if the payment intent already exists, it'll just I think it just create a new one. So it just it updates the existing one, and then it creates a new one if it doesn't exist. There we go. Like I said, I'm gonna try to explain this the best I can. All right, so const, and we're gonna do a manage. I'm gonna do stripe payment, and I tried to name the functions descriptive. Try to name them really descriptive. I'm gonna do async, and this is going to take our payment intent, payment underscore intent underscore ID, and this is going to be a string. All right, and then we're also going to take in our total, and this is obviously going to be a number. All right, so in this function we're going to do an if statement first. So we're going to do if our payment intent ID, we're going to return, wait stripe dot payment intents dot update. So all of this should be autocomplete. I think you get the autocomplete even without TypeScript installed. As you can see, like, let me just delete this. So once you type in stripe, you put a dot, and you see all of this stuff that it autocompletes for you. So once you type in like payment intents pop up, and then if you do another dot, you should see update down here. We're going to update our payment intent. So payment intent ID, and we also going to update our total. So it's going to be amount, and that's going to be our total, like that. All right, and after this if statement, we're going to return await stripe dot payment intents dot, and as you can see, we got access to create, capture, confirm. We're going to create. So this is if so this one here is if our payment intent already exists, and down here is if our payment intent doesn't exist. So if our payment intent exists already, it's just going to update it. So let me try to explain what payment intent is. So basically, a payment intent is once we click on this cart, right, and we click checkout, that's when the payment intent is going to start. That's when we're going to get that payment intent ID. So what this function is going to be doing is if we check out and then we click back to store, and then let's say we change the quantity of our product, and then click checkout again, that payment intent is already going to be existed, so it just updates it instead of creating a whole new one. Because if we don't have this function, somebody can just literally check out, back to store, check out, back to store, and just keep creating different IDs. So we don't want that. So this second one here is going to be, we're going to create it if it doesn't exist. So I'm going to do that, and then in here we're going to do amount, and that's going to be total, comma, and we do currency, and it's going to be USD, comma, and then automatic payment methods, we're going to do enabled, and that's going to be true. All right, So that is our payment intent function, and this just manages that. And now we're going to have another function that manages our orders inside of our database. And I don't know why I'm getting an error there. 1 second, let's see. Oh, okay. I think I was supposed to do like an arrow here, right? There we go. All right. So this is kind of the same thing, this next function. So this is going to either update the existing order, or it's going to create a new one and add the products to it. So this one's for the ID, and this one's going to be for the order itself. So we're going to do cons, and this is going to be manage order. I'm just going to do in DB, so in database. And this is going to be async arrow function. Okay, that's my first time ever actually taking that little snippet out. And this is also going to take a payment intent, and a user ID, and a total, and our items as well. All right, so in this function we're going to do an existing order, so cons existing order, and this is going to await Prisma. So once we do that and put a dot, we get access to all this stuff. So this is going to be orders, and this is from our schema, our Prisma schema, our orders model, and we have access to all of this stuff. So we can create an order, we can find many, which is, I believe, like find all, it loops through like all the entire orders. Yeah, there's a bunch of them here. We're going to use find unique. That's down here, find unique. And in here we need to put it, tell it where to find it. So we're going to where, and it's going to be our payment intent ID, and then payment intent dot ID. All right, and so that's that. And now we have our if statement. So if we find that existing order, we just want Prisma to update it instead of creating a new one. We're going to return await Prisma.order, and now we get access to all that again, and we're going to use update this time. Update, and this is basically Prisma CRUD operation. So you can create, you can delete, you can do a bunch of stuff with Prisma. Go down, so that's that. So now we need to tell it where. So where, and same thing, we're gonna do payment intent ID, and that's going to be our payment intent dot ID. Get an error here. Right. Probably spelled, I'm trying to type fast as I can. I'm probably spelling some stuff wrong. And now we need to do data. So it's going to be user ID, and then amount. It's going to be total, and then currency. What the hell is that? Total, and then currency is going to be USD, and then our status. So this is really important because our status is going to be awaiting payment. Messed up somewhere, hold on. Total currency, so thing goes there. All right, so our status is going to be awaiting payment, and you can name this whatever you want. I do awaiting payment. All right, and I'm just going to finish up this function, and then we'll see what these errors is coming from. All right, so that's update. So that's if the order exists. So it's kind of like this payment intent thing, payment intent ID. So this is with the orders. It'll just update it if it already exists, if this payment intent exists already. So now if it doesn't exist, so right after this bracket here, we want to create an order. So we're gonna do a const create order, and this is going to be await. Then we do a prisma dot orders dot create, and in here, this is where we're gonna have our data. And this is gonna take a bunch of stuff. So let me just scroll down. So we're gonna update user ID. Gonna amount. Or we're not gonna update. We're gonna create amount. That's gonna be total. Currency is going to be USD, comma, and then status is going to be awaiting payment. Awaiting payment. And then our payment intent ID is going to be our payment intent dot ID. All right. So I am getting errors for some reason. All right, so I think I see the issue. Here we got prisma.order product. So this is the wrong model that we're trying to update. But this is supposed to be order like that. Orders with an S. All right, so I got rid of that. And data has any type. I believe we just add a comma here and get rid of that. And now we just got these errors there, but that's okay. We'll fix those later. All right, cool. So that's that. So now we got a function that manages our payment intent. So that way we won't keep creating payment intents once we click checkout every single time. And then we also have a function that manages our orders in our database. So that way, once we click checkout, and if we want to go back and change our order, click checkout again, it just updates it instead of creating a new one. And if the payment intent doesn't exist, then it'll just create a whole new order already. All right, so now we have to loop through our items and trying to see which function we're gonna do. I know one of these functions I didn't need, because man, I'm gonna tell you guys, it took me, that's why the video took so long to be finished, is because I was trying to get Prisma to work with Clerk, and there's literally no docs on it. I believe because Clerk is kind of new, I guess, and there's no videos on it on how to integrate Prisma with Clerk. I believe there's like one video, but he didn't explain anything. And so I was trying to get it to work with that, and so I kind of had to figure all this out myself, to be honest. That's what took so long. So now we're going to loop through our items. So still inside of our manage orders, actually. So we're not actually finished with this. We're still inside this. So right underneath here, we're going to do a for loop. So we're going to do for const item of items, and do a const product, and this is going to equal await dot prisma dot product dot product dot, I'll put a dot here, space. All right, so once we put this dot, we should see everything we got. So we're going to be using dot upsert, okay, and we do parentheses, and let's see with it, make sure that's the right one. Okay, upsert, and we're going to do where it's going to be our ID, item id. I'm gonna do a comma, and I'm gonna update our name, item.name, our unit amount, and that's going to item.unit amount. And then we also going to create, let me just scroll down a bit, and then here is going to be our ID, item.id, comma, name, item.name, comma, and then unit amount, and then item dot unit amount. All right, so that's that. And now we're gonna do another Prisma create. So now we're gonna need a comma here. So right underneath here, we're gonna do a wait, Prisma dot create, Prisma order product, sorry, order product dot create. And here we're going to pass it our data. So we want it to create an order ID. Order ID. That's going to be our create order .id. And our product ID is going to be our product .id. And also our quantity. And that's going to be item quantity. All right, that's that. And now, last but not least, for this function, underneath this one, we're just going to return created order like that, and make sure you spell return right. All right, so that is our manage order in database function. So now those are just let me put a space. So now we actually need to create our main API handler that responds to our incoming requests. So we're going to create a API handler to respond to this checkout request. So we're going to create one to respond to this post request. So now underneath here, this shouldn't be too long. We're going to do an export default, and it's going to be async function. Async function, and you just do handler. In here, it's going to take a request and a response like that. We are going to get TypeScript errors, but that's okay. We'll fix those in a second. In here, we're going to do a const. Yeah, const. Items, and we're going to destructure some things. So we do payment intent ID and our user ID, and this is going to equal our rec dot body. All right, and this looks weird for some reason. Let me wonder if I can make this. Yeah, that looks better. Looked weird. All right, and now we're going to calculate the total order amount. So we're going to do a const total, and that's going to equal our calculated order amount items. So we actually could have used that function, that total price util. All right, so now we're going to do a try catch. So we're going to do a try, and we're going to do a const payment intent, and that's going to equal await manage Stripe payment intent, and that's going to take in our payment intent ID and our total. All right, that just manages our payment intent, our Stripe payment intent. And then underneath here, we're going to do one to manage our order. So we're just taking these functions up here and just putting them down here. And do a const order, and that's going to equal our weight, manage order in database. And it's also, we're going to pass out our payment intent, our user ID, our total, and also our items, like that. Alright, we're getting an error. I think this should go inside here as well, like that. Alright, and now we're going to send the successful response back. So we're gonna return res.status. Did I spelled that wrong? And it's going 200 and .json and payment intent, like that. All right. So now since we gotta try, we gotta make sure we do a catch. So right after this, we're gonna do a catch. And we're gonna catch our error, and catch our error, and we're just gonna send back a 500 response. I mean error response. So we can either do a console.error. I'm just gonna do a return res.status 500 and .json. And you can do a message, and a message you can literally type whatever you want here, but the thing you should type is for res status 500 is internal server error, like that, and it's got to go in parentheses. All right, so that's it, I believe. So this create payment intent are going to have a few TypeScript errors that you can just ignore, but we are going to fix these two here to fix those. So wow, look at this, we don't need any of that. So Next.js got these built-in forgot what it's called, Next API request and a Next API response. We're gonna do Next API request and Next API response, and that's going to come from Next. And all you do down here is just do, so this is the request, so we're going to do Next API request for that one, and then Next API response for that one. All right, so that is our create payment intent. That was pretty long. Now this is where the fun begins. Let's actually see what we would get once we create this post request. Let's see, console. Let's see, once we check out. All right, so we don't get any errors, which is good. So we're not getting that the status code 500 error, which is good. All right, cool. So that's what we want. So now, oh, we're not we're not even logged into the server. Oh man, that's hilarious. Run npm run dev. All right, let's refresh this, and we might actually see our order ID and payment intent show up here once we click this now, because we're sending a post request. I don't think we even need a checkout form right now for this to work. Let's see. All right, so what I want to do is to test this out, we're gonna go to inspect, click on application, and we're gonna clear our cart store just so everything can be nice and fresh. I'm going to keep this terminal up just in case. Let's head back over to create payment intent while this is taking 7 years to load. And I might do a console.error here just in case. Yeah, I think I might do that. I don't got one on my code, but I might do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a console error, and this can just literally just be error like that, just so we can see it, just in case. All right, so let's go ahead and add item to the cart and click checkout, and we're getting the error. Next router was not mounted, and this is inside of our checkout. Change this to navigation. Let's see if that works. All right, so we do need to do our checkout form, because if you look here, we're setting our client secret to our data at payment intent and .client secret, and we're sending over our client secret to our checkout form. So I believe that we have to actually do this component. That's probably why we're getting this error. So I just say we go ahead and just finish off this checkout form and get to testing. So here, this one's pretty long as well. It's 109 lines of code. So get ready. First thing, since we're this is a client component, we're just gonna do use client and a few imports. We're gonna go ahead and import use state from React, and also use effect, right? And a few things from React Stripe.js. We're gonna go ahead and import payment element and use Stripe, and also use elements as well from React Stripe.js. And now we also need our cart store. Use cart store, sorry. And I believe that's all the imports we need. So our checkout form, since we're passing down our client secret from our checkout, we need to receive those props. So we're gonna do client secret. And for TypeScript errors, for TypeScript, we're just gonna fix this by doing client secret, and it's gonna be a string. All right. So in here, we're going to do const stripe, and that's just going to equal use stripe. And we also need to do our elements as well. So we're gonna do a const elements, and that's going to equal use elements. And also our cart store as well. We'll do a const cart store, and that's going to equal use cart store. Nice. And let me just bring this up here. We can have some space. All right, so let's manage our state for loading our order IDs and our loading state as well. I'm gonna do a const. I'm gonna do is loading, and we're also gonna do set is loading, and the default value to this is going to be false. State, and that's going to be false. And now we need to do our order ID, const order ID, and then set order ID. I don't like this new keyboard, really don't. And it's going to equal use state, and the default value for this is going to be null, like that. All right. And now, same thing, we need to calculate the total items in our cart. And to do that, I say we just go ahead and, let me just see where I put it at. Yeah, just say we go ahead and probably just import our total price utils. Go to import total price from our utils as well, so we don't need to type all that code again. All right, so we're gonna do a const. Let me see how I did this. All right, yeah, I'm not gonna put that there. All right, so now we need to make a use effect whenever the stripe changes, just to potentially handle conditions involving our stripe SDK. So this is all inside of the docs as well. So we're gonna do a use effect, and I'm just gonna do if it's not stripe, we just want to return nothing, right? Well, I don't want to return that. And then if not client secret, we also just want to return nothing as well. And this is just use effect is just going to have a dependency array, and it's gonna have stripe. All right, so that's that. And now we're gonna do another use effect, and this is just gonna fetch our latest order ID whenever the component mounts. So we're gonna do a use effect, and in here we're gonna do an async function. Async function, we scroll down some, and you can name this whatever you want. I'm just gonna name it fetch latest order ID. All right, in here we're gonna do another try catch, so we're gonna try, and we do a const response, it's going to equal await fetch. And here we're gonna fetch an API route that we didn't create yet. So this, we're gonna have a total of 4 API routes inside of our pages / API. So we already created one. The other 3 aren't too bad though. So this one here is just we're trying to get our order ID. And I had to do this one because I want to change the status of the order whenever a user checks out. So when they click checkout, the status is awaiting payment, but when they click on the submit payment button, I guess is what you call it, I want the status to change to payment received or successful payment or something like that. So I had to do this API route for that to work. So the API, let's do a / API / get latest order -ID. All right, and we do a const data equals await response .json. Right. And then here we're going to set our order ID to our data .order ID. Simple old fetching here. All right, and now we're gonna do a catch. So right after this, we're gonna do catch error, and here you can do whatever you want. I'm just gonna do a console.log error. All right, that's that. And right after this, so 2 down, we're gonna run our fetch latest order function. Somebody was coming in here, that's weird. And this is gonna be have a dependency array. All right, so after this use effect, I probably should be doing little comments and stuff on what this stuff is. I'm trying to explain it the best I can. I know I suck at explaining things, and that's the whole reason why I started doing tutorials, is because, you know, I don't want to get into that job interview and it'd be like, hey, what's use state? I use that every single day, but if you get me to explain it, man, it's like I never used the thing before. All right, so now we're going to need a function to handle our form submission. I'm gonna do a cons handle submit. Scroll down, and this is going to equal async function. And for it's going to take event, and we're just going to go ahead and get rid of this TypeScript error now. It's going to be React form event, like that. All right, let me just make some space. It's just bothering me a little bit. All right, so in here, make sure we do the arrow. So in here, first thing we're gonna do is e.prevent default, so the page won't refresh whenever we submit. And we're gonna do if, make some space. If it's not Stripe or elements, we just want to return. All right, and we also want to set loading. Set is loading to true. And now we're gonna confirm the payment using Stripe. So we're gonna do Stripe dot confirm. So all this should be auto complete. Confirm payment. There we go. It has a bunch of shit. Maybe with Stripe. Let's see how much I got right quick. So Stripe dot, and look at this. Sheesh. All right, Stripe dot confirm payment, and parentheses and in brackets. I'm gonna do elements, comma, and we're also gonna do a redirect, and we're gonna do if required. All this is inside of the documents as well. If required, and then we also gonna do a dot then, and we're gonna do result arrow. It's gonna return, and this is if it's an error. So if it's not an error, actually, so if result dot error. So if it's not an error, we want to change this checkout of our store. So this is where that success checkout that I was telling you about. So we're gonna do set checkout, and we're gonna set it to success. All right, so that's that. And now we're gonna update the order status in the backend after a successful payment. So right after this, we're going to do a fetch. So we're going to fetch our API slash update. So another one, update dash order dash status. So we didn't create this yet. And make sure you put a slash here, because for some reason it just don't work without that. And here we're going to create a post request. So we're going to do method, same thing we did before. Do a method, and this is going to be post. And make sure you add a comma. And we need our headers, and we need to do our content type. And it's gonna be application slash JSON. All right, what the hell? Oh, there we go. All right, pretty late, guys. I'm trying to get this done because I took so long trying to figure all this stuff out. We're gonna do a body, And same thing as before, we're gonna do a JSON.stringify and do order ID, and that's going to equal our order ID, comma, and then status. Here we go. Status is going to be payment successful. Successful. I probably spelled that wrong. Did I spell it right? Is that how you spell successful? Successful. Keep it like that for now. All right. And now, 1, 2, 3 brackets down, we're going to set is loading to false. All right. Nice. So that is everything that we need for that. And now we time to write some JSX and get our form on here. So our form, we're gonna do a form. So we don't actually have to create like a huge form. We're gonna be using our payment element and stuff like that from Stripe to get this form looking good. But we do have to do a form like that. Man, it seems like it's been so long since I wrote JSX. Been working on all these create payment intents and stuff. All right. I'm gonna do class name of text gray 600, and we're also going to do an on submit, and that's going to be our handle submit function. And our ID is going to be payment form, which I don't payment form. All right. So in this function, we're going to have payment element, and this takes some props. So we're going to do ID payment element dash element, and then options is going to be layout. Here we go. All right, so this is where we're going to put our layout tabs. Layout tabs like that. And underneath here, we're going to have a H1. And this is going to have a class name of py4, a text of small, and a font of bold. And here it's going to have our total price. So what we can do is just total brackets total price, and it's going to take in our cart store dot cart like that, or like that. All right, I think that should be good. So we're using this util to take in our total price of our cart. All right, so that's that. That's going to do our total price. And now we need to create our button. It's going to be our checkout button. And this is going to take a bunch of stuff. Do a class name. And we're going to render some stuff out conditionally. So instead of quotes, we're going to do brackets. And then do backticks. Oh my god. This new keyboard don't got backticks? Oh, that sucks. Backticks. I just got a new keyboard and I still haven't like played around with it yet. My other one broke. We're gonna do a py of 2, a margin top of 4, width of full, a bg of primary, a rounded md, a text of white, and we also gonna do disabled, and we're gonna do opacity of 25. All right, so that's that. Now this is also going to take an ID of submit, And I'm gonna do disabled as well, disabled. And now we're gonna do it is loading. Oh my god. Or if it's not Stripe, or we don't have our elements as well, like that. All right, and in here in the side of the button, I have a span with the ID of button text. And we're gonna do is loading. We're gonna return a span. I don't know why I didn't autocomplete. Processing. Dot dot dot. And then else is just gonna say pay now. Pay now. And span. Like that. Alright, so there we go. I believe that should be it. Alright, so I think I see the issue, guys. So once inside of our managed order in DB, so inside of our create payment intent, so if we're sending over the payment intent ID, we should just be sending the payment intent, I believe. So instead of that, we're gonna do payment intent. Let's see if that works. Give it a save and head back over to your store, click checkout, and hopefully the form renders nice. Perfect. And let's see if this works. Go over to our database, orders, and there we go. We got our awaiting payment, 30 bucks USD. We got our ID, our user ID, our created date, and our payment intent ID from Stripe. So that's what we want. So now let's actually test this out. So to test out little fake payments, you just do 42424. Just keep doing 4242 and do that. And we're gonna go ahead and click pay now. And order success. That's what we want. And now let's see if this changes our status to, oh, it won't change our status actually because we didn't create our other routes yet. So I say we go ahead and just knock out all of our routes. So we need to create our, let's get back over to checkout form. So we need to create our get latest order ID. So this is going to fetch our order ID, and then down here we're going to update our order status, and that's what we're going to do here. Update that status once a user submits his payment, their payments. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so we got 3 more files that go inside of our API folder. As you can see on our website, we have order success. That's because we had a successful payment. If you want to get rid of this for now, just because we haven't styled up the order success page yet, you just go to inspect and click on applications. And if you click on cart store, it shows you that our payment intent is, if we have our payment intent ID. And let me see if I click on state, it should show. So it shows on checkout, which is success. So to get rid of that, just delete the cart store, and then it'll just go back to the default state, which is cart. Let's go ahead and delete that. And you can go ahead and delete the alley support as well. Once we refresh, that should get rid of that, and we should be on our cart checkout. There we go. All right, so once we add it, goes back there. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and create these files inside of our API. So the first one we're going to do is our get latest order ID. Let's go ahead and do that. So get dash latest dash order dash ID dot ts. And it's going to take 2 imports. We're going to go ahead and import the next API request and the next API response as well. And actually, we're going to also import Prisma from our utils. Import Prisma. I don't know why it doesn't autocomplete. Prisma. And it's going to be from @-utils-prisma. Alright, and I'm kind of zoomed in a bit. Wait, I messed up. This goes here. Hopefully this isn't too far zoomed in. Let me just spread it out like that. Alright. And now we're going to do an async function which handles our API requests. So we're going to export default async function, and so name a handler again. Spelled function wrong. And this is obviously going to take requests and a response as well. Arrow. All right. And we don't need this arrow here actually, because we're doing an we're not doing the arrow function. All right. So we're gonna do our try and catch. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna try and we're gonna fetch the most recent orders from our database. And to do that, Prisma has this built-in method called find first. We're gonna try, and we're gonna do a const latest order, and then this is going to equal await Prisma dot orders, and then once we click that, we get access to all this again. And we're doing find first. So now we need to tell it where to look. So we're going to order by, so you can order by, and what this does is we're gonna I'm trying to explain it. We're gonna basically sort the orders by the descending date. So what we'll do is we'll do created date, and all you got to do is do descending like that. It's already built in, so you can do ascending or descending. All right, and then we're gonna do a comma, and then we're gonna do select. Select, and we're gonna select ID is true. All right, and this is basically just selecting only the ID field of the order. That's the only thing we want. We don't want anything else. All right, and now we need to tell it what to do once the order is found. So right underneath, I want to say 2 down from here. Right underneath here, we're gonna do if it's not our latest order. We're gonna return a res.status 404. All right, and it's got to be .json, and you could do order ID latest order .id like that. I apologize, it's not supposed to be order ID. This is for if we find the latest order. So this is going to be our error message at this red status 404. I just woke up, guys, I'm sorry. So it's going to be a message, and it's going to be no orders found. No orders found like that. All right, and now we need to tell it to do if the order is found. So right underneath here, we're going to do return res.status 200. It's going to be .json, and we're going to return the order ID of our latest order .id. All right, cool. And now we need to, since we got to try, we got to do a catch. So we're gonna do catch error, and you could just do If you want, you can do a res.status 500. I mean, I guess that's the right way to do it. I was just gonna console.error it, but we can do a res.status 500.json, and then we just do a message, and this could say internal server error, like that. All right, so we're getting to TypeScript errors, and that's what these two imports are for. So we'll just do, this is the Next API request, and this one is the Next API response. This file is done. So this is basically finding our latest order and sorting them by the descending created date, and we're just selecting the ID, and then we're getting that ID and sending it over to our checkout form, I believe. Yep, update on this order status. So here with this async function here, we're fetching the latest order ID, and we need this to change the status of this order. You can grab, like, you guys can play around with this to learn it a little bit better. I was playing around with it a little bit as well. So you don't need to just grab the ID. You can grab the payment intent, because this is a unique ID as well, and it goes with every single order. But the one thing I don't recommend is the user ID, because once I tried that one, all hell broke loose, because the same user can create multiple orders and create multiple IDs and multiple payment intent. So it would just it changed the status on all of those orders that the user made. So we don't want that. So now let's do another one. Let's go ahead and do, let's see what else we got. We got two more. So we got an update order status, and this is also on our checkout form. So this is going to update the status for us on the side of our pages. I'm gonna do another one, and this is going to be called update dash order dash status .ts. All right, and same imports. We're going to import Next API request and Next API response, and also import Prisma. Still don't know why this isn't auto completed for me. It's gonna be from at utils / Prisma. All right, cool. So those are the only imports we need. And now for our async function, do export default async function handler. I keep spelling function wrong. Like, why am I keep forgetting the C? All right, we're gonna do request and response. We'll fix those TypeScript errors later in a second. All right, and now we're gonna destructure the order ID and a status from our request body. So to do this, we just do a const and do order ID and status, and it's going to equal rec dot body. All right, and then for our try catch, I'm gonna try. And so for our first one, we're going to do an update. We're going to update the order status in the database based on the provided ID. Based on this ID, that's when we're going to update the status. So we're going to do Prisma orders.update this time. I believe we use this inside of our payment intent as well, the update method. So update it, order, it's going to equal await Prisma dot orders dot update, and now we need to tell it what to update. All right, so first we need to specify where to update it, well, which order to update. So we're going to do where, and this is going to be ID, our order ID, And let me do a comma, and I'm getting an error for some reason. Let's see, update. I think because probably take 2. And we also need to do the data. And this is going to be status and status, like that. All right, cool. And we need to tell it what to do if it's successful. So we need to, underneath here, actually still inside of this try. So here we're gonna return res.200, res.status.200, .json, and we're going to tell it updated order. All right, so we're going to do this updated order method there. And now, since we did a try, we got to do a catch. Catch error, same thing. We'll just return a res.status 500. And you can also console.error if you want. Res.status 500.json. And this debugging, all this stuff comes in handy. Like I said, this took me, I want to say probably 3 days to try to figure out Prisma with Clerk and try to get the ID and update it and all this stuff. And this method here, trying to update the status once a user submits their payment. This took me about a day to get. So these like res.status 500, they really come in handy. Like you can also do a console.error, and that way you know what error you're getting. You can do error here like that. That way you'll know what error you're getting, and it really helps with debugging. So I highly recommend you add these. You don't even need to add this. You can just do catch error and then do return, I believe. You don't want to add anything here, but you don't want that. You really want to add all this stuff in. Message just in case, because you never know, we might run into some issues in the video. Internal server error. All right, so these 2 TypeScript errors, we're gonna do next request and next response. All right, so that one's done. So this is self-explanatory. We're just updating the status of our order. And I believe we can actually test now, because the last one is fetching all of our orders for our user dashboard. So we don't really need that right now, but we're going to do it here in a second. But I do want to test this out. Let's head over to our website. And we already got it in the cart. Let's just increment it a little bit. Let's do like 120, 150. Let's check out. And as you can see, our total, we got to fix that. Our total is like, it's not formatted the way we want it to be. So let's see what happens. So we got our new payment intent. So we got 150, and there's a waiting payment. And let's do 42424. All right, let's test this out. Pay now. We're getting an error, maybe because 424 pay now. Okay, there we go. I forgot. It got to be 424242. If you do like mess up and do like a 444 or something, it don't work. There we go. Payment successful. We had changed inside of our database. That's really good. And also inside of our payments, inside our Stripe, it also captures the payment as well. So let's refresh. And we should see the payment for 150. There we go. So you're probably wondering, why do a database if Stripe is already capturing our payments? So Stripe is just keeping track of our payments. What we're going to add is a user dashboard on our website. If you go to my orders, so once they click my orders, they get to see their orders, their total amount, like when did they purchase the item, their abandoned checkout as well. So if it's a waiting payment, it'll show that this order is a waiting payment, and also show successful payments as well. So that's why we created our own database. So that's good. So we got payment successful. So everything is working the way we want it to work. Nice. It's a good feeling, man. I'm not gonna lie. All right. So let's go ahead and do our last API page, and it's just going to be orders.ts. Orders.ts. I believe it's just orders. Let's see. Yep, orders.ts. All right, and this is basically just, this is going to be self-explanatory as well. So let's go ahead and import our Next API request and our Next API response, and also our Prisma as well. Prisma from at /utils/Prisma. All right. Let's go ahead and do our function. Oh man, really? All right, so export default async function handler. And it's gonna be request and response. All right, so in here we're gonna do if our request method is not post, make sure it's all caps, post, we're going to return a res.status 405. Return res.status 405. And you can do .n like that. All right, so underneath here we're gonna destructure our user ID from our request body, and do a const user ID, and this is going to equal rec dot body. All right, so let's go and do our, actually we got one more if statement. We're gonna do if we don't have our user ID, we want to return a res.status 400 and then .json, and you could do an error, and you can do this whatever you want. You could do user ID is required. All right, so if user ID, wait, what? Oh, forgot that. I was about to say, hold on, like what the hell? All right, I forgot the R. All right, so now let's do our try catch right quick. It's not going, this is all self-explanatory. We're just fetching our orders from our database with our user ID. So if we don't have a user ID, user ID is required. It's going to return a res.status 400. So now we're going to use some Prisma methods, and we're going to use the find menu method. So const orders is going to be equal to await Prisma dot orders. I think it's dot orders dot find many. All right. Then you tell it where. So where. So we wanted to find, all of the orders that's associated with that user ID, and this user ID is coming from clerk. User ID. All right, and 2 down. Now we're gonna return a res.status 200.json, and we're going to return our orders. All right, and now we need that little, the catch thing, catch error, and you can do a console.error, and you can also do a res.status 500.json, And in here, I have a message. And same thing, internal server error. All right. So there we go. Let's go ahead and get rid of these errors. Next request. Next API request and next API response. Nice. So those are complete. We can go ahead and close out our APIs. So you're probably wondering, you know, these are TypeScript errors. You don't got to get rid of these. I mean, if you want, you can do like as string, I believe, or maybe. But when I tried to fix these TypeScript errors, it kind of broke the site. So I figured we'll keep these ones here, which is totally fine. It's not really messing up anything. So let's close out of that and close out of this, close out of that, and close out of everything. And now I say we go ahead and work on our success page and then work on our user dashboard, and we'll be completely done. And there's a few minor things we have to do, like fix up the cart as well on mobile. It kind of look weird on mobile, and also center some of these text on mobile as well. So let's go ahead and do the success page and go ahead and do our user dashboard. All right, so head over to our order success component and let's go ahead and import everything we need. We're going to import use effect, and we're going to import our use cart store. Use cart store, and also our use clerk hook from clerk. Use clerk. All right, Next.js. All right, so let's go ahead and cons cart store. It's going to equal our use cart store hook. All right, and then we also need our user from our clerk. We'll do a cons user. It's going to be from use clerk. Okay, and now we're going to do a use effect, and inside this use effect, we're gonna whenever we hit the success page, we're gonna run a use effect that set our payment intent back to the default, and is also going to clear our cart as well. So that's what we made this clear cart inside of our store. Where's my store? To head over to our store, we made this clear cart function there and down here. So what it does is basically just empties out our cart, and that's what we want. Let's see, head back over to order success, close out of that. So let's go ahead and run a use effect. And in here, we're gonna do a cart store dot set payment intent, and we're gonna set that back to the default, which is that. And then we also gonna do a cart store dot clear cart, and we're just gonna run that function. And we also need a dependency array. You can just do an empty one right there. And now let's write some JSX, man. Been writing a lot of those API calls. This JSX be feeling nice to write, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so let's go ahead and put fragments, and we have a button here. And this button is gonna have an on click. And on this button, we're gonna actually set our checkout back to, actually, hold on, now I think about it. Okay, no, we want this button here like that. All right, because I was trying to find a way to actually switch this back. Sorry about the truck out there, give it a second. Okay, So I was trying to figure out how to switch this back to cart, because once we switch it back to cart, you won't be able to see any of this because this is success. So the only way that I figured out how to do it was to add a back to store button at the top of this, and once you click back to store, it changes the checkout back to cart. That's the only way I figured out how to do it. I was also thinking about maybe adding it to the checkout button itself, but once we switch it back to checkout, we won't see this order success page because this is on checkout success, if that makes sense. So yeah, this is the only way I see us doing this. So set checkout, and this is going to be cart. All right, set checkout to cart, and inside of this button, just gonna say back to store. All right, so that should appear here. It should. Let's see, maybe get us a refresh. Oh, we get an internal error. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and restart our server. All right, so we're getting. All right, I don't know what that is. All right, npm run dev. Sometimes this happens with Next.js, I'm not gonna lie. It just randomly crashes. Alright, so back to button. Back to cart. And it's going to do our div. So this div is going to have a class name of width full, height of full, flex, a justify of center, item center, and a flex call, like that. So everything will be nice and centered, and I'm not sure why this is taking so long. Let's go ahead and clear out our cart and stuff. Sometimes this thing bugs out, and now I'm getting a plane next to my house. Wow. I think it's because we added these use effects here randomly. Okay. All right. So our car's empty. That's what we want. We're gonna test that out in a second. I got a weird suspicion about this use effect there now for some reason. All right. So inside this, we're gonna have a h1, and this h1 is gonna have a class name of font bold and a font XL. Wait, the text XL, not font XL. All right. And this is just gonna say thanks. Thanks. You're gonna have user dot username for your order, like that. All right. And then underneath here, we're gonna have a p tag, and it's just gonna have a class name of font medium, and this is gonna say you can view your order history, and then we're gonna have here, but we want to wrap that around a tag with a class name of maybe text. Actually, let's do font bold, and this is going to lead us to our orders page, orders, and this is going to say here like this, maybe all caps as well. Maybe that look nice. All right, so let's test this out right quick. Nothing's in our cart. Let's go and add the cart, checkout, forms there, nice, that's what we want. created our payment intent, awaiting payment. And let's go ahead and check out. Alright. There we go. Thanks Hydros for your order. You can view your order history here. And actually, what I should do also is once they click on this, we should also, so she have two ways to set the checkout back to cart. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add an on click to this as well. So let's actually just copy this on click up here. Copy and add it on this A tag as well. Because once we click here, it's gonna send us back, send this to our orders tab. Oh, we don't got yet. It's a 404 because we didn't make it yet. But if we go back to our store, our cart should be set. Our checkout should be set back to cart. Maybe not. Hold on. On click. The checkout to cart. That's weird. I wonder why. That did it. But I wonder why that other one didn't do it. Alright, we'll see once we go back to it. Let's just make sure it's on side of our A. Yeah, it's weird. I wonder why that didn't work. Alright. Trying to think. Maybe we should take off this class name here like this and wrap this in a span. Put the class names back on there. And then wrap this here with a span like this. Alright, let's test that out. Let's also make sure this changed to payment successful. That's good. Let's try it again. Check out. 42424. Alright, so there we go. And once we click, maybe because we're getting the 404 error, maybe once we create our, oh, there it goes. There it went. Okay, nice. And then we're on orders. And now if we go back to our local host, now our checkout should be back to cart. Nice. That is perfect. All right. All right, so our order success is done, and now it's going to work on a user dashboard. All right, so to create the order page, we're going to be using app routing. So it's so easy to do. I don't think I've used React Router in a few months now. I've been using Next.js a lot. So to do this, inside of the app folder, you're just going to create orders. And in here, it's going to create a page. Create a file, and it's going to be page.tsx. Inside of the orders. I don't know why that didn't work. Page.tsx. And in here, URFE. Alright, we can actually see if this works. So if we click on my orders, it should take us to orders, and we should just see page. Let's see if this works. Scroll up. Nope, we didn't. That's why. Wow. Alright, orders. There we go. Save. And now once we click on it, it should take us to orders. There we go. Page. Nice. Alright, so let's start styling up this page. It's a pretty long page here, I'm not gonna lie. I believe it's like 100 lines of code. Let's go to import everything we need. Go to import use state. We're gonna import use effect. And import our use user hook from Clark. Use user. Oh, not user. Use user from Clark. And we're going to import our format price. And we also going to import format date. So we didn't create that yet. And I don't think we did. Did we do order type shit? Yeah, so we got to actually do some stuff after this. We got to create a format date util and a order type inside of our types folder. So let's just actually go ahead and start styling this page up a bit. So let's start by doing our state to store, you know, our orders, well, our array of orders. So we're gonna do a cons, and it's gonna be orders, and then set orders, and this is going to equal use state, and the default value is just going to be an empty array. All right, because we don't, the default is going to be no orders. All right, now underneath here we got to do our grab our user from use clerk, and user, and then use clerk, like that. And I thought oh wait, use wait, what? Use user. Oh, that's what I use user. There we go. And then use user. There we go. All right. So now we're gonna do our use effect. And we're gonna do use effect. And the first thing we're gonna do is check if the user ID and if the user has an ID. So we're gonna do if user and user.id. Now we're going to fetch the orders of that current user by sending a post request to that where are we sending a post request to? Oh, the API orders, the orders that we created, the API order right there. And where are we at now? I lost my page. All right, so we're gonna do fetch /API /orders and do a comma. And now we're gonna gotta do our method, which is going to be post. And we also need to do our headers. And it's just going to be content type. Oh my god, dude. Content dash type. And it's going to be application.json. Application/JSON. Alright, let me scroll down a bit. Alright, and now we need to do our body, and it's gonna be JSON.stringify, and that's gonna be our user ID, and then user.id. All right, so that's that. And now we're gonna do then. We're gonna check if the response is successful. So right underneath here, we're gonna do a .then response. Response. So if the response is not okay, response.okay, we're gonna throw a new error. And you can name this whatever you want. I did network response is not okay. All right, like that. And then we need to parse the response body as JSON. So what we're gonna do is right after this, we're gonna just return our response.json like that. And that could be, all right, cool. So now we need to do another thing. Now we're gonna check if the data is an array, and then we'll just update the order state So we're gonna do another dot then data, and we're gonna do if array dot is array data. We're going to set our orders to data. All right, and then else, set our orders to data, and then if else, we're going to console.error data received is not an array. All right, like that. And you can also do like, it'll show the data like this if you do that, something like that. Or maybe you gotta add a comma. I didn't do it on mine. I think if you had a comma like right, maybe not. Let's get rid of that. All right, so that's that. And now we need to catch our error. So 2 down, 2 brackets down, we're gonna do dot catch, and we're gonna do error, and actually let's do double like that, error, and we're just gonna console dot error something. I'm just gonna do error like that. All right, and now we need our dependency array, and it's gonna be user like that. And we are getting an error here. I believe we're missing a bracket somewhere, or maybe, let's see, maybe we got too many. Oh, I see, I think I see it. Let's go back, keep it like that, and I believe it is, this needs a closing bracket somewhere, maybe right here. I mean, closing parentheses. There we go. All right, cool. So we do got some TypeScript errors, and we are using use effect, so we got to use client in this component. Just go ahead and import that. I mean, go ahead and put that at the top. Use client. All right. So now we need to check if the user is authenticated or not, because I mean, if you click on this, you need a message saying, you know, if you're signed out and you click on this, you need a message saying, you know, you got to sign in to see your orders. So let's go ahead and do that. So right underneath this user, right underneath this use effect, we're gonna do if. So if you're not a user, if you're not signed in, we're gonna return some JSX. Return, and this is gonna be a div with a class name of width 89%, a M of auto, a text center, and a margin top of 10. And this div is going to be h2 with a class name of font bold, a text 2xl, a text primary, and uppercase. And you can name this whatever you want. I did whoa there dot, and then at the bottom of it we're gonna have a P, and it's just gonna say you must be signed in to view orders. All right, there we go. And we can actually test this out right quick. Let's go ahead and sign out, and it's gonna send us back to, hopefully it lets me sign back in without Let's see. So it's redirecting me to sign back in. We gotta figure that out too. All right, let's just sign in. Yeah, we gotta figure that out. That is weird. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but all right. So now let's go ahead and render our component down here if the user is signed in. So let's go ahead and go over to my orders. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna return a bunch of JSX. All right, so first thing we're gonna return is a div, and this is gonna have a class name of width 89%, a margin of auto, flex call, and a gap of 3, like that. All right, and we're gonna have a div inside here with a class name of text center and my of 10, margin top and bottom. And inside of this div, we're gonna have h2 that's with a class name of font bold, text 2xl, text of primary, and uppercase as well. And in this one, we're gonna have hello, and we're gonna have our user.name, user.username. All right, like that. So that's gonna be our user.username, and you could do a exclamation point right there. And then we're gonna have a p tag that says below are your recent orders. Okay, nice. All right, now let's go ahead and render our orders. So we're gonna do brackets, and we're gonna do orders dot length. So if our orders dot length is less than 1, we want to return some JSX. That's just gonna be a div with a class name of font bold, text center, text LG, and uppercase. And in here, we're just gonna say no recent orders. So we shouldn't see this because we got recent orders. So that if the order length is less than 1. So else, this is where we're gonna render out our orders. So we're gonna do a fragment, and in here we're gonna map through our orders. So we're gonna do orders dot map, and this is gonna take order, and also index as well, and do parentheses. All right, so in here we're gonna do a div, and this is gonna have our key of index, and with a class name of bg gray 200, a pattern of 5, and a rounded of LG. All right, so let's see. We should see like something. Hold on. Give it a second. We should see like blank spaces for the amount of orders that we did. There we go. So we got 4 orders, and that's what we got. Yep, 4 orders. Nice. So we got 3 that's payment successful, and 1 that's awaiting payment, but that one don't count. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this one anyway, because this one was the one we did when we didn't have all of our API routes. Okay, I'm not gonna even touch that. I don't want to mess it up. Okay, so inside of this div, we're gonna have a p, and this is just gonna have our order ID, order ID. And we need to render it out with this. So we're gonna do order.id. So if you just do it like this, check this out. So we just do order.id. You're gonna see like a long ass order ID. Watch this. So as you can see, it just looks weird. So to get rid of that, we're gonna display it, and we're just gonna only display the numeric parts of it, so the numbers. And to do that, you're just gonna do dot replace. So order dot replace. And in here, it's gonna be like some weird stuff. You gotta do that. Forward slash. You gotta do backslash. Where's the backslash button? Oh my god. Backslash. You're gonna do the uppercase D. Forward slash. G. Comma. And then a empty quotes like that. And I think that should fix it. Let's see. And there we go. We just got the numbers of the order and stuff for all of that, the letters and stuff. So that's what we want. Ignore the TypeScript error there. We'll fix that here in a second once we add our types. So after this, we're gonna have a P, another P, and it's gonna have an order amount. And this is gonna be our formatted date. Formatted price, sorry. Formatted price. Order dot amount. Order dot amount. Like that. Let's see if that works. Okay, there we go. I order that amount. Nice. Alright, so now next we're gonna have our order date. But it's gonna look weird now because we didn't create our function to format the date. We're gonna do order date, and this is going to be formatted format. Oh, actually I'm just going to put order.date for now, and then we'll come back and put that formatted date in once we add that util. All right, and we need the order status, and this is going to be order status. And this is just going to be our order dot status. There we go. All right, and our so it's not order dot date. It's order dot created date actually. So it's created date like that. And as you can see, we got payment successful, payment, waiting payment for the first one. And for some reason it's like glitchy. Hold on. Wonder why it's like buggy like that. That's weird. Oh, maybe because, okay, I know why. It's because we don't have anything underneath here. So if we had like more, we'll be able to scroll, but can't really scroll. So as you can see how it scrolls perfectly there, but once you get to like right here, it's like trying to scroll, but you can't really scroll. All right, so yeah, that's good. All right, so now let's create that formatted date utils right quick. I'm just gonna copy and paste it over. You can, I think it's on Google how to format the date. Actually, I think it's on, I forgot where I got this function from. So inside the utils, you're gonna do format date.ts. And let me go ahead and open up over here. Utils, format date, and it's pretty bunch of code kind of. Let me just zoom out a bit. You guys can pause it and just copy it over. So this is how you format the date. So you want to format the date right quick, just go ahead and copy this code over. Just pause the video and just copy this exact code. Let me just go ahead and just zoom back in, and then we're gonna head back over and actually let's go to types, because now we need an order type as well. We're gonna do order types .ts, and we open it up here. Just to get rid of those errors that we got, and this isn't too long, we're gonna do an export type order types. So we're gonna take an ID, that's gonna be a string. We're gonna take an amount, that's going to be a number. We're gonna take a created date, and that's also going to be a string. And then our status is going to be a string as well, like that. All right, so there we go. We can close out of this, close out all this other stuff as well. Format date, and then head back over here and it's going to import both of those files. So we're going to import format date, format, what did I name it? Oh, there we go, format date. What did I name it? Formatted date. And then we also going to import created order type, order types as well. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and get rid of those errors right quick. Let me go and open it back up actually. And orders page. All right, so to get rid of the errors, we got here in our use state, we're just gonna do order types. It's gonna be an array, and then just close it like that. So that got rid of everything, but we also need to format this date because it looks weird. Let's go ahead and refresh. All right, so yeah, you see the date looks weird. So down here for our created date. All right, so that's our format date. And now when we go to our website, we got a nice formatted date, and that is our user dashboard. So now I say we go ahead and do our wish list right quick. So our wish list is just going to be exactly like our cart. So let's head over to our use wish list store. Let me just close out of that, close out of this. And I'm just going to copy and paste a bunch of code in here. It's literally the same thing, it's just switched up words. But I'm gonna slowly copy it and paste it in here. So store, use wishlist store. All right, so first we're gonna start by importing all of our imports, which is the same as our use cart store. And we need to do our type for TypeScript. We need to set our types. Oh, sorry. All right, let me just copy this and paste it here. We need to set all our types. So we got is open, just like our cart store. We got open wish list, just like our cart store. I believe the other one is just open cart, I believe. Let's see. So we don't got an open cart. Open wish list. We got on wish list, which I don't even think we need that, to be honest. Wish list cart type. We gotta add the wish list, which is cart type void, remove the wish list, and a toggle wish list as well. And now we need to do our export. So we're gonna do export const use wish list store. And this is going to be create. And for TypeScript, we're just going to do wish list state there, like that. And do parentheses, and then do another parentheses. And then in here, we're going to do persist, and then do another parentheses. And then in here is where we're going to set all our stuff. So we're going to set our initial values. I'm going to copy this. So inside of this persist. So these are our initial values. We got is open false, open wish list false, wish list is going to be empty, and our on wish list is wish list. Just making sure I'm not getting a call. And now we're going to set our state. So the first one we're going to do is toggle wish list. So right underneath here, and this is the same thing as toggle cart. This is just for it to open. And then we're gonna have our add to wish list functionality, and this is the same thing as the add to cart functionality, but we just change up cart item to wish item. So it's the same exact thing. Let me just zoom out a little bit so you guys can see. And I'll have the GitHub repository here as well, so you guys will probably just come and just copy and paste it from there. And then we got our remove wish list, which is the same thing as remove from cart. I'm gonna paste that down there. And now we need to name our I think I forgot something. 2. All right, so now we need to name our, I think we need to trying to see. It looks like it's supposed to be another bracket here and another parentheses like that, and then a comma there. And now we need to name our store. So we're gonna do name and wish list store. Wish list store, like that. All right, so we are getting some errors. Let's see. Sometimes you just put an error and then delete it. Sometimes it works. There we go. See, it's like weird. All right. So yeah, that's our wish list store. Like I said, the GitHub repository is going to be in the description, so you guys can copy and paste it, or you guys can try to figure it out yourself. Like I said, it's literally the same thing as the used cart store, but it doesn't have payment intent because we're not checking out. It doesn't have on checkout, it doesn't have set payment intent, and it also doesn't have set checkout or clear cart, but it does have remove product, which is remove from wish list, and it also has toggle cart, which is toggle wish list, and it has add to cart, which is add to wish list, and it also has cart, which is just wish list, and is open, and all of that stuff still here. So it's a little bit shorter, but it's kind of like the same thing. All right, so now we need a wish list component. I'm gonna head over to there, app components and wish list. All right, so let's make a wish list component right quick. Wish list.tsx. All right. And we're gonna go ahead and import our wishlist store. We're gonna do use wishlist store, and we're gonna import image from Next.js, and we're also gonna import use effect. All right, which I don't think we even use effect. We don't need this. I was wondering, I'm like, hold on, we don't even use effect. All right, so I'm gonna just do REFE. All right, cool. So right after this, we're gonna do a cons wishlist store, and this is going to be use wishlist store. All right. And now we gotta write some JSX. And I'm trying to think how we're gonna see this again. We gotta do a toggle wish list. All right, so before we actually write some JSX, I'm just gonna go ahead and return div. So before we start writing, we wanna see it. So let's head over to our product. And down here, we have this add to wish list button. So So we want to go ahead and pass in the product data here as well. So product data, like that. And then head over to our UI components and go to our add to wish list button. Let me go ahead and open this up. And here we're gonna use a React icon. It's gonna be a heart. And we also going to go ahead and import our wishlist store. Wishlist store. And also our product type. Product type. All right. So let's start styling this up a bit. But before we do that, actually, we got to go ahead and get all of our props. So in here, we're going to take our name. We're going to get ID. We're going to get an image. We'll get a unit amount, even though we're not going to use all of this stuff, but I mean, it's passing it to us, so we might as well just take it. Quantity, and all of this is going to be product type, like that. Okay, I thought we was getting an error for a second. All right, so let's go inside this function. We're gonna do a const wishlist store. Wishlist store. And this is going to equal use wishlist, like that. And quantity. Did I spell it right? There we go. All right, so let's write some JSX now for our wishlist button. And to see this, we can just head back home. We don't got a home thing. We got to put home on our logo there. Probably should make a home for shop maybe. Oh, let's see. Let's go back. All right, so it's this button there. So let's write some JSX for this. And it's gonna be a div. Oh my God, can you autocomplete? There we go. All right, and this div is going to have a class name of flex, item center, a gap of 2, justify center, cursor pointer. All right, and it's also going to have a on click, and this on click is going to, we're going to use wishlist store dot add to wishlist, and we're going to add in all of our stuff. So we're going to want the name. We want the ID, we want the image, we want the unit amount, and we also want the quantity as well. All right, so that's that. And inside of this div, we're gonna have our React icon, AI, outline heart, and then just a span that says add to wishlist. Save that, and we should see it here. And there we go. Once we click it, as you can see, nothing happens. All right, so I got confused there a bit. So once we add it to wishlist, to see if this works, we can go to inspect for now. Go to application. And inside of our application, you see wishlist store, and you see the state, and we got our wishlist item, which is a wireless Moonlamp. We got the ID, and we got all of that inside of our wish list. So that means it's working. So for us to actually see the wish list, we head over to our nav bar. And we need to import our use wishlist store here as well. Use wishlist store, and then maybe right next to where is it? There we go. So here, just do a use, a const use wishlist store, and this is going to equal use cart store Let me use wishlist store like that. Hold on. Wishlist store. There we go. All right. So now we need to add an on click to that heart icon there. Okay. Hold on, we're getting an error for some reason. Oh. All right. So let's add an on click to that heart icon. Where are you at? So here, we can just probably copy this on click, paste it on this div here, and so it's going to be wishlist store dot toggle wishlist like that. And it also needs to close like that. All right, so that's going to toggle our wish list. But we also need to add like a cursor pointer as well. Class name, cursor pointer, like that. All right, so once we click, our wish list is open, our wish list is closed. So let's head over to our wish list now. And now for us to see it, we're gonna have to write some JSX. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're gonna return a div. And this div is gonna have an on click. And this on click is going to wishlist.toggle wishlist. Like that. Wishlist store.toggle wishlist. Why is we getting an error here? Huh? Oh, we've got the arrow. Dude, I am like, holy crap. Alright. And it's also gonna have a class name fixed with the full height of screen, a top of 0, a left of 0, a BG of black /25, and a z index of 50. All right, so once we click this, let's see if this works. All right, so I think we're gonna do another div inside, and this div is going to have a bunch of stuff. So let me just go here. First thing it's gonna have is an on click, and it's going to take an event, and it's going to return our event dot stop propagation, and then it's also going to have a class name of BG white, position absolute, a right of 0, a top of 0. On medium screens is going to be a width of 2/5, and then for mobile it's going to be a width of 3/4, a height of full, a padding of 12, and that should be it. So we probably still can't see this. I wonder why this isn't working. Hold on, I think I put it on the wrong thing. You know what? I bet you I did. Let's see. Outline heart. Toggle wish list store. Toggle cart. Head over to cart right quick. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I know why. So this is this is hilarious. Okay, so for our nav bar down here, I don't know where I got it at. Where is it? It's somewhere here. Let's see where is that. Let's see, where is that? Wait, do I even gotta import it? Let's see, cart. I'm looking for something. 1 second. There we go. Here we go. All right. So this is what we need. So we need, if our wishlist store is open, we're gonna do n wishlist like that. Now, once we click this, we should see it. Let it refresh. Give it 1 second. Come on. We got an error inside our wishlist component. Move that. All right. So now it should work. Now we should be able to see our wish list. There we go. That's our wish list. And once we click on the outer part, it should close it, but it's not. Wishlist store, use wishlist store, toggle wishlist. All right, well, since we got it open, let's go ahead and finish it. We'll figure out how to close it here in a second. So on this div, we did an e.stop propagation, and I think that's where I went wrong at. So we actually need another div inside of this, and we're gonna wrap this div with that. Let's see if that works. No. All right. So div on click. All right. We got that. And inside this div, we're gonna have a button. And this button is going to have an on click of, it's going to have the same thing, toggle wish list. Wish list dot store dot toggle wish list, like that. All right, and this is gonna have back to store. All right, so let's see if this back to store button works. All right, so our toggle wish list isn't working for some reason. Let's head over to use wish list store right quick. Toggle wish list. Yeah, that is so weird. All right, let's finish writing and then we'll figure that out. All right, so underneath this button, we're gonna map through all of our items. So we're gonna do wish list store dot on wish list. So if it equals wish list like that, and wish list store dot wish list dot length is greater than 0, we're going to return some JSX, and we're going to return a fragment, and this is where we're going to have hello. Oh my god, dude. Hello. And we have a span that says you have wishlist store dot wishlist dot length items in your wish list. All right. Okay, maybe that's why it's not working. Left 0 top. Hold on. Unexpected div. Okay, we need an else, that's why. That makes sense. All right, so let's just finish this up. That's gonna have you have a certain amount of wish list items inside of your wish list. And then after this span, we're gonna map through our wish list store. We're gonna map through our wish list. So we're gonna do wish list dot store dot wish list dot map, and we're gonna take in a product, and we're gonna return some more JSX. So we're gonna have a div, and this div is gonna have a key, product ID, product.id. And inside of this div, we're gonna have our image with the source. It's going to be product.image, and then the alt is going to be product.name, and the width is going to be 100, and height is going to be 100. All right, and this is a self-closing tag, so I'm gonna do that. All right, so that's that. And then our h1, we're gonna have just our product.name. It's not that much styling with the wish list, to be honest. Just to show you guys how to do a wish list, that's all. Product.name. And I didn't add authentication to this wish list, so once you sign out, your wish list is still there. And then we're gonna have a button to remove our wish list item. So we have a button, and it's gonna have an on click, and this on click is just going to do wish list store dot remove from wish list, and we're gonna remove our dot product like that. All right, and this button is gonna say remove. All right, so now we need our else. So right after this, here I believe we're gonna return some more JSX. It's gonna be a div with a class name of with full, h full, flex, justify center, item center, and in here we're gonna have a h1 with a class name of font bold, italic, and a text XL. And you can take off italic. That was for my premium caps. I use the same exact store for my premium caps website. And this is just gonna say your wish list is empty. All right, so I saved that, and now we should have our wish list, but we need to figure out why this isn't closing. All right, so we got our item, and there's our image, and we can remove it, but we can't close out our wish list. That is weird. All right, so I see the issue here, guys. It took me a while to get it. So we got wish list is open. So we don't want that. We want wish list open wish list like that. And hopefully now once we click on it, it opens, closes, thank you guide. And I scroll down and add it to our wish list. Add it, and now we have the item in our wish list, and we can remove it. Just a simple wish list to show you guys, you know, how to do a wish list. Like I said, I didn't add any authentication to it, so once you sign out and sign in with another user, the wish list state will still be there. So no authentication to it. So now I believe we're done, guys. There are a few things actually that we need to do. So head over to, because if you check here, let's go here and you look at mobile. Just check my phone. And if you head over to console, not console, scroll down and add an item to your cart. Add it. As you can see, it doesn't look that great. You see how it like goes off the screen? So we want to fix that right quick. And to fix that, we're going to head over to our cart. And it's actually an easy fix. We're going to head over to where we're mapping through our items. I believe it's here. So this div here, so this flex. So instead of just flex, we're going to add for medium screens and up, we want to flex row. But by default, we want to flex col, like that. So now once we save that, this should turn into a column. Let's see, give it time, there we go. And let's switch this to responsive. That way we can resize, come down. Might want to do large, because right there you see how it's coming off too. So, oh wait, let's give it time to refresh right quick. I mean, it's just one item, so let's just do for LG screens and up, like that. That way it can still be like that, and I think that looks better. Yeah, I think it looks so much better like that anyway, because it's just one item that we got in our cart. I mean, it's one item that we got on our website, so I think that'll look better. All right, so that's that, and I believe there was one more thing. Let's see. I think that is it. Let's go ahead and check mobile right quick. See how everything looks. Go to iPhone SE. Everything looks good. Yeah, I think this is it, guys. We're done. We are finished. Let me check my notes right quick. Make sure I went over everything. Yeah, that's it, guys. So hopefully you guys enjoyed. There was one thing that I was gonna do, but I ended up just scrapping the whole idea because I already did it in one of my other projects, and it's really easy to do. I was gonna add email.js to this form, and that way whenever a user submits something, it goes to your email. It's really easy to set up. Just go over to email.js, do a template, and just add the on submit to this form. It's so easy. I did it in one of my previous projects. I believe it was the portfolio website that I made. So if you guys want to check that out, you can add email.js to this. But I was more focused on the back end, getting all our orders and stuff to work, getting our payments and stuff to work. I was more focused on that. So yeah, that's really it. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. This is a long one, man. I'm not gonna lie, this took a lot out of me. I'm definitely gonna take a break from projects for about a week or two, and I do have some ideas for some more projects, but I'm just gonna take a little break because this one was a long one. And I will see you guys next video. Peace. Alright guys, so I'm back. I thought it was the end of the video, but I started to edit the video and I noticed that I forgot something. So whenever let me just remove this now actually and just save it. So whenever we go to our local host and we're signed out, we get redirected to the sign-in screen, and we don't want that. So what you have to do is go to your middleware and do a comma after this API create payment intent, because that's what we want a public route. So what this does is basically this allow users that's not signed in to access these routes. So we want somebody that's not signed in to create a payment intent, because that's totally fine. You can go ahead and order if you're not logged in, but we also want them to have access to our home, our index as well. So let's go ahead and go back to localhost, and now all you have to do is just put this in parentheses. I put a /, and now we should have access and we're signed out, and you can go ahead and check everything. So once we go to the orders, we get that error, whoa there, you must be signed in to view orders. And also we forgot to fix this page up a bit, As you can see, the sign in page is all the way on the left, and we don't want that, so let's just center it right quick. So let's head over to page, and what we can do is just wrap this inside of a div. So we're gonna do a div, and we're gonna put our sign in component inside of this. Sign in. And for all the people that already know, you just center something with flex so easily. You just do flex. Actually, you want to do a width full, a height, actually a width screen, height screen, a justify center, and an item center, and that should center our sign-in screen. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, maybe not. Hold on. Oh, we forgot to put flex. There you go. And that should center right there. Gotta make it into a flex box. There we go. So nice and center. And I actually want to try something out. Let's actually change the background to this. Maybe to like a BG. Let's see secondary. See how that looks. This might not look good at all. But let's just see. So we are able to change the background and stuff. So as you can see, scroll down a bit like that. That don't look too bad actually. We could probably make it like a lighter gray, maybe. Gray. Let's do. It's like a gray 300. I think that should look nice. Yeah, that looks better. All right. And same thing. Let's just copy this div and paste it in the sign up. And sign up. Oh. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and sign in. Facebook. And our image should change, and we'll redirect it to the home page. That's what we want. And there we go. So I don't think I showed you. I did show you guys this where you can manage account and all that, change your username. So yeah, I believe that's it. We're finally finished. Yeah, I believe that should be everything. We got our wish list, we got our cart, we got our database. Hopefully you guys enjoyed these 2 outros. And yeah, I will see you guys next video. Peace.